Living in contemplation. Living need to find a place.
Channel 2 for English. Hello, testing, 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 testing. Testing. Testing, me estoy probando. Testing. Testing, testing. No, no me la han pasado. He preguntado a 2 personas, me han dicho que se están informando. Y cuando estén informadas. Yo sigo hablando, si yo tengo. Bueno, y como os pongáis así, me pongo en plan terapéutico y suelto aquí todo. Si tenéis mucha necesidad de escuchar, yo me puedo poner a soltar.
living in contemplation. Begin to find a place.
Buen día, good day, buenos días, encantado de desear.
So, hello everyone. I'm really willing to share these days with you all. This has been a very long itinerary, 1.5, nearly 2 years of work by the University of Malaga and UNITCOM and other institutions too involved. We are going to do a very brief presentation of the conference because we want to focus on the presentations, but there are some topics related to housekeeping that we need to go over. First of all, I'd like you to know that we are in this room on the 3rd floor because there was a problem yesterday morning in the auditorium, and this meant that we had to reorganize everything that we had prepared for the international conference venue. And I would like to thank, we would like to thank Limba and Yuma people, the people here from the Green Ray. In 24 hours, the colleagues from the university managed to reorganize everything. Also, we want to warmly thank the technicians from the CTI and the University of Malaga, the technicians from in charge of the simultaneous interpreting, and also the interpreters. And also I would like to thank the whole team, Telmo and the University of Malaga, the students and all the colleagues that have participated and helped us during this year and a half, Lydia, Marga, Diego, Miguel, Lydia, everyone else. This is the 20th anniversary of UNITCOM. This is the 12th International Conference, and we are celebrating this today and tomorrow in this building. And on Friday, the closure will be held in an emblematic building, the Pompidou Center in Malaga. A wonderful site to be able to have a walk after the closure and also have something to drink. Emilia Duarte is the director of UNITCOM and of the European University, Javier Fernandez from the Forum of the Project Transference Design Transfer, and Juan Marcia, who is the director of San Telmo School of Art and Design in Malaga. I would like to ask you to address a few words to the colleagues who are here and also those who are following us through YouTube and Inc. So here we have many colleagues together, but many others are following us from different places in the world, and we will have some questions coming from out of this room and that we will be sharing in this room. So Emilia, if you want to take the floor. Hello, good morning.
Maybe express myself in English, so I guess that you will understand me. I would like to first thank Universidade de Málaga for the partnership and also the Escola de San Telmo and Fórum Transferências. This is a great opportunity for us to do this conference together, and we have been doing this for a while. So as Juan told you, this is the 20th anniversary of our conference, is the 12th edition of the conference. And so this is a fantastic opportunity to be together and create these bonds with other institutions. And we hope we can continue to do it in the future. And the idea of having this conference here in Malaga is that we could take the discussion on design worldwide. So the idea is to go to other countries, to other places, other geographies, and have the opportunity to listen to other voices, other opinions, and to engage ourselves in the interesting and relevant debates and sharing opinions. Because in my point of view, the diversity is our biggest richness, and we need these debates to happen worldwide, because we are facing special times with some specific circumstances that can injure us or can put our lives at risk. And so design, in my opinion, can have a special role in the future of humanity in our planet. And I guess that we need to be together and to share our knowledge and our energy. And friendship is a fantastic characteristic of human beings, and we should engage more often on these circumstances. And so I wish you a wonderful journey in the conference, and invite you to come to Lisbon whenever you can, whenever it's possible. Our university is open for you, and I wish you enjoyed the stay here in Malaga. And thank you again for the friendship and for the partnership. Thank you.
Juan, por favor. Buenos días, bienvenidos a Málaga. En primer lugar, quiero dar la enhorabuena a UNICOM, sobre todo a Emilia como representante de la entidad por estas 2 décadas ya de trabajo.
And Emilia, as a representative of this entity, I would like to congratulate them for 20 years of this event, and we would like to express and say that we are thankful for bringing Senses and Sensibility to Malaga. We are going to capital city of design during these days, and yes, it is a great opportunity in order to create the synergies that are necessary so that design can be developed from Malaga but also be conveyed to other places. I represent the Higher School of Art and Design, San Telmo, and in this sense we expected this school to participate here through its students and professors, and I would like to thank the International University of Lisbon but also the University of Malaga for having invited us, and also I would like to thank Javier and Juan Aguilar from Transferencia Diseño, Design Transfer. And we really hope new synergies will appear through these forums in the benefit of this city and the world. I hope you will enjoy this meeting and also the city of Malaga. Thank you. Javier? From the point of view of Transferencias, which is a project and a forum for discussion among institutions and entities, it was a great opportunity to get to know Emilia and UNICOM in 2017, I think it was. And this is also a great thing that the University of Malaga accepted the challenge to organize this conference in its 12th edition. So thank you so much for this opportunity that you've given us. From the point of view of Transferencias, this will be an opportunity for us to look for new itineraries, for new paths for our project that was born in 2015 here in Malaga. We have created this new format of this hybrid conference where we have an academic and scientific conference, and at the same time there are workshops, different activities, discussions, seminars, with contributions from professionals that are not strictly academic and scientific. We believe this is a new format, is a great opportunity for this type of conferences to be replicated in 2 years' time. And this is the goal several of us have. I hope that this, the fact of approaching the complexity of the world and the uncertainties that we are living in worldwide will be discussed, and they will generate working lines from the perspective that design can offer many contributions from different perspectives. Thank you. Thank you to the three of you. Give me a second and then we will change the panel. So housekeeping topics, as I said, we have a Wi-Fi network, UMA link, and a second one is being organized for you. In your bag, you have a never-ending crayon and a notebook, and we thought this never-ending pencil was important so that your papers will be written with that pencil in the future. Also, you've got something that was prepared by the students of the School of Art and in this dialogue between Malaga and Lisbon students. So thank you very much for your efforts. We're going to be holding the presentations here and also the keynote contributions by Matthew Wyszynski, who's here with us. Welcome. Also, Carlos Romero's conference will be held here too, and then Claudia Montalvo's workshop will be organized at the same time to improve the communication between the government and the citizens, public innovation. So those who have registered for the workshop, you can go to the entrance to get organized. The workshop will be organized in the first floor, and we've got some other activities in the second floor. And in the fourth floor, we have the coffee break, also lunch about 2 p.m. and some other activities. And I'm saying that it is approximately at that time because the program that was distributed is becoming a bit liquid and will probably be gas-like in a few hours' time. So we want above all to enjoy from the results and fruits of the research work we've carried out. So taking into account the agenda issues of some of our colleagues, I just want you to know that there might be some changes in the program according to the needs that may appear during these 3 days. As I mentioned earlier, there will be also some contributions and questions coming from the team platform and the YouTube channel. And I would like to remind everyone who is connected online that they can interact with us. Our colleagues from San Telmo will also have will be communicating to us those questions and interventions coming from the online channels. And also, we will use social media for communication, so connect to our social medias so that we can comment on different topics, and we will also discuss them in the panel. So, Emilia, Javier, and Juan, thank you very much for being here for the opening of this conference. Welcome you all. It has been a pleasure to work with UNITCOM, and I really hope that we will continue our cooperation in the future, because we hope that the information repository that will be collected will be shared in the website for everyone to enjoy, and welcome you all so that we can all share this experience and enjoy. Congratulations. So there will also be some some comments on what has been going on lately, but we will do that in the corridors. Thiero Valai will be in charge of moderating until the coffee break at 11 on the 4th floor. Marcelo Labai is a very good friend in the field of design from Argentina. You will hear him as soon as he opens the mouth to say good morning. And he's been working for over 30 years, and he's someone who is a true model for design in our country and internationally. So welcome, Marcelo.
Muchas gracias, Juan.
It's a pleasure to be here today together with you. I will give you my warmest welcome to this 12th edition of Sense and Sensibility Conference. I hope it stays in liquid state and not in a gas state, and we can adjust to the timing. The first speech is going to be about an article signed about an university polytechnicians of Bari, which is a public university that held the previous edition of Senses&Sensibility. It will be held by Alessandra Scarcelli, who wrote the article together with Annalisa Di Rama and Piera Lostiale. The article is called Cultural Value Chain as a Spiritive Literature Review from a Strategic Design-led Perspective. Alessandra, you have 10 minutes, and there will be a turn for questions. So welcome.
We are very happy to stay here. And okay. This work presents a reasoned and updated review of current knowledge supporting design-led innovation of small and medium enterprises from those disciplines traditionally or currently related to supply chain and made-in product innovation processes. This research is part of the Made in Italy Circolare Sostenibile macro project. It's a big project which is financed by PNRR. The whole project, aims to promote innovation in the product chains of Made in Italy, with specific attention to sector of furniture and fashion. The title of our project is New and Consumer-Driven Business Models for Resilient and Circular Supply Chains. And this project specifically addresses the research of circular and resilient supply chain strategies in order to support the Made in Italy sectors with specific reference to the furniture one, and the small and medium enterprises challenges reconfiguration in a sustainable and resilient direction of the global value chains, for example, by adopting reshoring strategies and the redesign and valorization of a cultural dimension of the local supply chains. This work aims to identify a critical reference point for the definition of the cultural value chain as an original contribution to the design of a sustainable and resilient supply chains in a design-driven perspective, different than other approach. In fact, at the state of the art, two main approaches seem to characterize the Made in Italy value chain. A first one that refers to a global dimension of the supply chain, and a second one that refers to a local dimension of the supply chain, specifically related to the activities of the primary supply chain, and based on a specific know-how supported by the values of high craft production processes. This work mainly focuses on this one, on the latter approach. But why is important the supply chain for design, and what is supply chain? The made-in supply chain is paradigmatic in identify the cultural capital associated with the supply chain of goods and services, thanks to the characteristic of the industrial and manufacturing sector fabric made up of small and medium-sized companies, specializing in the different stages of the production chain, which has given to the Italian territorial connotation a strong competitive advantage. In fact, many companies, both national and not, have invested again in positioning their supply chains locally. The reconfiguration of the district that took place was favored by the presence of a productive social and cultural heritage, and today also considers the outcomes of the digital revolution towards innovation perspectives. Recognition of made in Italy, considered a product of high cultural value and permeated with that country of origin effect, has historically distinguished the furniture sector, placing attention and giving notoriety above all to the finished product, connoted by values centered on elegance, attention to detail, quality of workmanship, and lifestyles. From the inside, however, Made in Italy is an expression of supply chains and knowledge in which Italy has distinctive assets, referring to the territory, but not wisely enhanced. Therefore, the innovation of products and processes in a circular and sustainable key requires to place in analysis the entire chain of goods and services intermediate to the production of the finished product. That means sub-supply of materials, sub-supply of production processes, sub-supply of services. There's also recognizing the role of that know-how historically consolidated in the territories. In this chain, the cultural value socially attributed to the product is identified in the downstream stages and associated players of the entire process, although each stage of the entire supply chain contributes to implementing the value. Supporting the thesis that the growth of economic value in the chain is also valid in cultural terms, the purpose of this research is to make known the knowledge of the value of the upholstered product in relation to the entire supply chain that is traced in every part in the final artifact. The present contribution is outlined in this perspective, proposing through a multidisciplinary approach a definition of cultural value chain in Made in Italy products, and specifically in the upholstered furniture product, which is considered among the most complex and which best synthesizes the characteristic of Italian design. From a methodological point of view, the analysis of the state of art is based on a broad approach to the subject area. In this first exploratory phase of the research, in fact, the broadest disciplinary scenario is favored with the aim of giving an original definition of the expression cultural value chain. The documentary sources include over 80 documents, including scientific articles, monographs, and are interdisciplinary in nature. Economics, political economy, social economy, cultural economy, knowledge economy, management, business model, marketing, design, product, communication, fashion, service, history of design, social science, sociology of cultural process, sociology of consumption, philosophy, anthropology, economy, cultural anthropology. Within these sources, the research concerned the identification of the relationship present between definitions and expressions relating to cultural economy, knowledge economy, know-how, intangible capital, as well as cultural artifacts and cultural heritage, in the context of a contemporary material culture and the contemporary local dimension of the supply chain. This is a comparative table of relationship between concepts and definitions referring to different disciplines and the reference literature. Value chain. Value chain is made up of all activities that create value for the final customer through the products and services involving all the manufacturing processes from raw material to end use. In Michael Porter's assumption in the supply chain management, value has a competitive advantage, defining value as the amount that buyers are willing to pay for what a firm provides. The value chain started to be defined as the combination of 9 generic value-added activities operating within a firm. Activities that work together to provide a value system. Today, the linkage between the value-creating processes of multiple firms is more commonly referred to as value chain. The main focus of value chain is therefore on the benefits they provide to customers, the interdependent processes that generate value, and the resulting flows of demand and funds that are created. Effective value chain generate profits. Referring to the term value in a philosophical perspective is often about what is deemed good, such as we say that knowledge or justice are value, which ought to be promoted. Talk about values is also often talk about ideals that guide us one's actions. Philosophy commonly distinguishes between evaluative concepts, evaluative judgment, evaluative sentences, and evaluative facts. So the expression cultural value chain here has to be intended again in that dimension that is responsible to create value for the customer. This definition could be correlated with the expression cultural economy, knowledge economy, know-how, tangible capital, and also with cultural artifacts and cultural heritage, trying to define and evaluate what people implicitly or explicitly believe to be valuable or on what they like or prefer. And studies of this kind endeavor to supply social scientists and policymakers with data about people's preferences and view about what they believe to be significant. This is only a part of explorative literature review. Over 80 documents. Despite this amount of literature, a clear definition of cultural value chain is lacking. So in conclusion, in the end, the analysis of literature consulted has demonstrated that the cultural value chain for Made in Italy products and services requires the analysis of the entire supply chain of intermediate assets and services up to the production of the final good, through which is possible to recognize the role of know-how historically consolidated in the territories, which is necessary in supporting the innovation of high-quality craft production systems in the context of the digital standards of contemporary industry and services. Starting from the opportunities offered by global value chains in the activation of upgrading processes, the role of the territorial context as a support to innovative production processes is highlighted. In particular, the technological evolution linked to the fourth industrial revolution has played a primary role in strengthening the district model, amplifying the connection and relationship potential of district enterprises with the market, which has always been functional in triggering innovative and value-building process linked to the symbolic experiential dimension. In this perspective, today's design research requires a multidisciplinary and project-based approach which clearly identifies the role of the actors in the supply chain and defines the context of product and service innovation based on the valorization of knowledge, and so defined on a cultural basis, and practices related to the use and consumption of goods, as well as production processes. In this regard, a part of the research involved the development of an original taxonomy of an industrial product, upholstered product, that aimed to enhance all aspects of the product system for Made in Italy, providing an overview of the roles of producer and actors in the supply chain. And this is the subject of the next contribution presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. Molte grazie. Diego, no sé si hay algunas preguntas por parte de los que están
you have any questions? So for online, maybe the online, the people that participated online. If there is someone in the room who wants to comment on something that the speaker has said, you can go ahead. You can also make that question a bit further. So thank you, Alexandra. The next paper is signed by the Majoranum and the Roma. The article is going to be presented by Piera Loiali, and is called Design Taxonomy for the Enhancement of Circular and Resilient Made-in Products, the case of up-hosted products. Welcome, Piera.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning to everyone. I am Piera Loiali, a PhD student at the Politecnico of Bari, and today I'm presenting my contribution with Annalisa Di Roma, Alessandra Scarcelli, and Cristiana Majorano. So, this research is part of the Circular and Sustainable Made in Italy macro project that is financed by PNRR, and in particular takes into account the innovation of product and processes in a circular and sustainable way. Requires analyzing the entire supply chain of intermediate goods and service to the production of the final product. So those also recognizing the role of the historical know-how consolidated in the territories and outlining with a multidisciplinary approach the role of the actor in the supply chain and in the context of innovation of product system. And this starting from the valorization of knowledge, of practice, linking to the use of consumption of goods and of production process. So in particular, if historical the evolution of Alpolycer product in terms of technical materials, innovation and language, today to understand the value of the Alpolycer product, we take into account all the supply chain, and it is necessary to know the product in its technical and formal specification in relation to the cultural context and development. So, for this, the Made in Italy phenomenon has distinguished itself by its success in specialized sectors, ranging from the fashion to good to furniture. And in particular, from a local and historical perspective, the Made in Italy is a well-defined brand that concerns a set of value concentrated on design, attention to detail, quality, and lifestyles. From an internal point of view and from an internal perspective, it is an expression of the supply chain and know-how in which Italy possesses a distinctive asset, and referring to the territory and with a district character. So, following the change of industrial fabric in 1960, the territory and into district and the affirmation of Made in Italy, today globalization poses a complexity and international competition, calling for a refounding of the value of the Made in Italy, no longer based on the material artifact, but aim at the immaterially of values of culture and cognitive aspect. So for this, the research aim to support knowledge for the creation of new products that culturally engineering all the components of the system. And in this sense, the role of the producer and players in the supply chain that have historically consolidated in the Made in Italy product is outlined. So the lack of a taxonomy of the Alpolycer product system and the relative lack of homogeneous reference literature probably due to the traditional tendency to consider the product strictly connected to the interior design and not to the product in itself, suggests the construction of an original taxonomy that would attempt to bring the unpolished product back from the word furniture to a word of the product. So therefore, a design taxonomy is proposed, an open and updated and searchable database, which then becomes a first infographic tool that supports both contemporary design in the creation of the complexity of technical and historical information, and offers also support to management and marketing strategies. So the original taxonomy is based on an initial multi-source literature review that allow for a broad exploration of the state of art related to unpolished product. And after we identify significant case study from the history of design, and there are archetypes such as the LC series or Barcelona that founded the cultural of unpolished product design and were useful in the definition of the basic criteria for model selection. So after we approximately 100 icons product of made in Italy responding to the chosen criteria were then identified, and data were collection on both the finished product and the product component based on different sources. So the categories useful for an initial construction of the taxonomy were then identified, and the system adopted as a method of analysis the chosen product. So after the data were collected in an open and implementable database that consists of an informative text relating to the select parameters that were not easy readable, and therefore an initial infographic tool was created for a greater accessibility. So in this slide we show there are the two criteria defining for the selection of model for the taxonomy. And the first is the historical and critical relevance, which consider the critical fortune of the product that is recognized on its national and international value, its impact in the cultural and disciplinary debate, and the notoriety and the relevance for its designer and manufacturer. And the second is the technological relevance, and takes into account the degree of modernization in the technological materials industrial development of the product relative to the historical moment to which it belongs. So a multi-source literature was used to find the data, and as there was no homogeneous literature, and analysis takes into account academic articles, trade journals, commercial catalogs, drawings from company, monograph on author and company, and advertising and so on. And in this slide we show an example of the database collecting data divided by type of source, and a part of the constructed database showing the heterogeneity of the data in the second image. So the category useful for an initial construction of the taxonomy are the reconcilability of the models with the subcategories, such as the commercial name of the product, the name of the designer, the name of the first manufacturing company, and the year of design, to place the product in the history of design. So the second concerns the technical production characteristics, and in particular as within the type of the materials of the structural system, the apparatus that allow the weight to be transferred to the ground, and the type and material of the holding system, that are the set of the elements that support and connect the part of the unpolished furniture, and subdivided into backrest, seat, and armrest. And also type and material of upholstery system, that the elements of will for the basis of comfort, in which there are the specific springing, padding, and hull policies. So finally, the third macro category relates to the aspect of innovation of language that includes the categories of formal definition, interpreted in coherence with the principle of design theory, and functional definition of the product, also through the identification of the internal mechanics of the product, and also the movement of it. So in this slide shows the case study of San Luca Armchair. The first image showed the database of sources, and the second shows the analysis of the product by identifying the categories. And at the end, in order to make the database of collected data more accessible and usable, a first design infographic tool is reported here. And the infographic consists in a system of 3 static maps for each formal categories, and divided into areas hierarchically organized by levels of detail. So from the macro system up to the single component, in which each single object is identified by a unique line that defines the path within the graphic space. So a complete infographic of the organic shape is shown above, and the case of San Luca Armchair is highlighted below. So, in conclusion, it is believed that that research enriched the design space to support knowledge and of the technical production, historical and formal aspects, supporting the design in the use of the complexity of information for a circular and sustainable innovation of the upholstery furniture, and the countless possible relations which can be extrapolated through filter. Provide useful reflection that would otherwise be difficult to identify and understand. So support is offered for marketing and management strategy oriented to the country of origin and generalizable to the local traditional context of the various Made in Italy projects. So also the prospective seen the complete development of an interactive infographic that allows simultaneously comparison between product and that is already in initial development phase. So, and thank you for the attention.
Muchas gracias, Piera. Sí. Diego, no sé si en este caso tenemos preguntas.
Thank
Sí,
tenemos una
pregunta.
Creo que
nuestros asistentes empiezan a despertarse y ya están más
think
a preguntar.
the audience is getting up and now they're ready to ask some questions.
The complexity and diversity in the actual world make it difficult to establish criteria for the classification of design objects?
Yes, obviously the complexity of the real world and our world allow us to identify the relation of part of the object with the entire supply chain, and through this we could understand how these parts are connected to the actual, to the production system, and so on. So it's obviously and a simplification of the thinking, but I think that we think that in this sense we could add the value to the product, analyze them on the part of the system. Yes. Thank you.
Matthew.
I was curious about the. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I very much appreciate the exposing the methodology behind the taxonomy and the infographic system. Are you imagining that the future version of this? Is this who do you imagine makes use of this? Is this for manufacturers to be able to take a stronger account for the sub-supply systems that are going into the Made in Italy products? Are you thinking this is more consumer facing? How do you imagine it sort of impacting the way that things are supplied, sourced, and manufactured?
So we think that this tool is add to the product, to the designer at the designing phase, and also to the company that would to understand the real knowledge and the real process behind every part of the product. And so we think that for the next step of our research with a tool that will be interactive, we can try to give more attention to the relation between these categories that in this moment are based on the historical product, but this methodology we can apply to the contextual one to make a real thinking about, for example, the sustainability of each part of the product, and also the relation between the actor of the supply chain. So we think that also in the design process, but also for the company to understand and to give more attention of this process.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Piera. Bueno, la siguiente presentación.
Piera. Next paper, it's also by the Polytechnic of Bari in Italy. It's signed by Anna Cristiana Majorano, Annalisa Di Ramo, Annalisa Scazzeri, and Piera Di Bari. The title of the paper is Complexity of Graphic Design, and design to serve the circle complexity of graphic representation for upholstery product design, drawing, survey, and experimentation.
I repeat? Do you repeat? No. And was titled, you read on this slide, presented in the two speeches that precede me, intends to delve deeper into the themes of product valorization of upholstered furniture, promoting the cultural awareness of the customer, user, and the scientific community through the definition of an investigation procedure based on the survey and digitalization activity of historicized products, considered icons of the history of Italian upholstered furniture, which, starting since the beginning of the last century, they have traced the character of Made in Italy. The basis of the study was the taxonomic classification, structured in chronological order, represented through a summary visualization that showed the variety of products chosen for their historical, critical, and technological relevance. In the Made in Italy taxonomy, individual products are associated with the manufacturers, the designer, type, applied technologies, as well as the definition of compositional and morphological qualities. By the very nature of the taxonomy study, reading is done according to the criteria and chooses to apply and orient it towards the purpose of the research. In the system described, there are around 100 products that are object of study, many of which can be found in museums and cultural containers. To meet the objectives of the research, therefore, a number of paradigmatic case studies were identified belonging to the categories that posed various questions, critical issues, related to complexity concerning the availability of the product at the time of the experimentation efforts were made to study products that were small in size, easily transportable, or placed in environments suitable for detection operations in terms of size, shape, and geometry, materials. Compositional uses of morphological and spatial continuity, of connection between elements, of assembly of components. The furnishing product in the upholstery supply chain, with the particular reference to historicized product icons of the history of Italian upholstery furniture, which since the beginning of the last century have traced that the character of Made in Italy constitutes a heritage that is waiting to be systematized according to parameters and media forms that are up to date, accessible, and usable by those who, in various capacity, were in this field. This product, which are defined as historicized, iconic object, excellent witness of Made in Italy, are the object of analysis of the present study, which identifies in the survey and the artifacts, the survey of the artifacts and these digitations, the method of knowledge, an effective strategy of valorization of the historical cultural instance connected to traditional material culture, implemented through the study and analysis of archetypical forms. Accessible, in fact, with a direct approach to the product, with the acquisition of multiple and complex material and immaterial data relating to its entire process, from conception to design, production and communication. In order to visualize the investigation procedure based on the survey and digitalization of furnishing products belonging to the upholstery supply chain, a map has been prepared, a map which shows the different phases of analysis and acquisition of the data relating to the object of study. The data recording process and subsequent model production was organized into phases: preparation of the acquisition environment, preparation of the scanner and software settings, subject lighting, scanning, and modeling. 3D scanning is currently the most effective method for obtaining the surface morphology of even a very complex object. Applying the survey method to upholstered furniture, consider a cultural asset and historicized heritage appears, especially in light of new technology and the reliability of the result obtained, a tool capable of producing accessible models, image with high infographic content, profound and heterogeneous. With a view that this perspective to constructing an articulated knowledge system that allows for the integration of existing and often lacking iconographic material on the upholstered product of the author, the present study attributes to the survey of the artifact the method through which it is possible to conceive a real analysis and reading of the contents and to the 2 or 3-dimensional drawing in a digital environment, the most sustainable descriptive space in order to organize a possible evolutionary history of the individual product that best interprets the morphological, compositional, and constructive characteristics together with the author's poetics. The survey of an Foster product poses quite a few challenges in terms of alphanumeric data flow management, graphic representation and restitution of imagery, geometry and form, sustainable information of material texture. This is the map and the phases of the survey, the product that we choose in the scenario that we construct. The black wing that you see in this slide, that Patricia Urquiola is designing for Cassina, chosen from among the Foster product for certain previously definite characteristics, can be considered a paradigmatic case study of the research science, subject to the surveying operation. Three procedures will use three procedures. It presents certain criticalities that emerge during the execution phase and which had to be taken into account when defining the levels of complexity of the data restitution. In this slide, we focus on the surveying activities. In order to elaborate a structure model of the Foster furniture accessible for analysis, graphical and multimedia, it was decided to apply the integrated survey method of laser scanner technology with photogrammetric technology. Integrating laser scanner data with those of digital photogrammetry allows the three-dimensional restitution of what was imaged, creating a complete and updatable database of geometrical or morphological information acquired quickly with a large amount of information which can be used for specific needs and different times. Firstly, the Artec EVA scanner, this technological tool, was used in a job-safe, non-contact scanning technology with no need for sight. But much more effective on the other hand, and with a satisfactory result, was the laser scanner and photogrammetric survey, which were carried out by integrating the data and merging them into a single three-dimensional model. And this is the work on with the laser scanner, and which we see in this photo. And this is the laser scanner of Faro, a digital laser scanner. In the light of the experience gained, it is believed that the integration of surveying technique in general, and especially those used here, form the basis for correct implementable expeditious data acquisition for the documentation of the object of study. If on one hand, laser scanner technique provide a rigorous definition of metric data and geometrical reliable representation, on the other hand, digital photogrammetry allows the metric quality of TLS to be integrated with orthophotographic rendering, with instead allowed for better legibility and recognizability of shapes and relation between parts. This is the images of 3D model from laser scanner survey. In these photos, in these images, we focus on the material of the product and the network of the surface of this product, this black wing armchair. This phase, it is a very interesting phase because we try to study the morphological data of this product, and we know the language of this Italian product, and we try to define the system of knowledge that it is very important for us. The black wing, in conclusion, is the first phase of the research, becomes the interpreter, we hope, the interpreter of a possible element of an atlas or archive archive of upholstered product that we intend to build. Starting from the data taken from the real, the intention is to relate the results obtained from the survey operation of the upholstered product of the Made in Italy chosen by categories and purpose of investigation, which can be visualized and experienced in a structured knowledge system through the taxonomy developed by the current research, a multiform landscape of a categorized object taking shape. The perspective is to create an environment, virtual, digital, sharing, that all them together, each with its own history, significant images and peculiarities, from which to extract the research themes, visions, solutions, and the service of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Diego, alguna pregunta?
In effetto, grazie mille Piera per la tua comunicazione.
Anna.
Scusa. The question is, do you believe that the artificial intelligence can help to solve this problem?
I think so. But we, in this moment, try to build a system of knowledge with the concrete product, with the real product. And we study the material through the touch of, and obviously the analysis with the digital or electronic instruments. And we hope that the AI it is very important and useful for this study. But we attend the best time to research in this field. Thank you.
Grazie, Cristiana. Muy bien. Bueno, la siguiente presentación.
The next paper, it's presented by researchers of Lisboa, written by Carlos Duarte, Isabel Farinha, Sofia Adi. The title of the paper is Blue Circular Post-Branding, Design Process to Approach Complex System. We're going to postpone it and we're going to present it to the next one. We're going to present it after coffee break. We're going to adjust the timing. We have 10 minutes. The micro, please.
Thank you. Okay, my colleagues, Isabel Farinha and Sofia Atier is a master's student, and we present this project that we developed, me and Isabel, with this name, Blue Circular Post-Branding Project, Design Process to Approach Complex Systems. We all know that marine litter is now a global concern.
Non tem microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have to say it again.
Okay, but I don't repeat again, okay? I hope the camera can capture all sounds. Okay, we all know that marine litter is now a global concern affecting every country in the world. Every year, millions and millions of tons of waste end up in the ocean worldwide, causing environment, economic, health, and aesthetic problems. As part of the SDG,
It's coming soon.
I think not only problem with the sound.
In a cinema near you. So you can continue. They will catch it.
Yeah. No? Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. As part of SDG 14 of the 2030 Agenda, Protection of Marine Life, this is also the proposal of the Blue Circular Post-Branding Project, an example of a blue circular economy approach that involves academy, the fishing community, civil society, the political and business spheres, with the main objective of transforming the waste discard daily into something new and valuable, capable of promoting conscious and globally sustainable consumption. Against this backdrop of interrelationships, using design methodologies to configure complex systems, the Blue Circular Post-Branding Project aims to establish a robust supply chain capable of creating value from marine waste, promoting sustainable design alternatives to current consumption patterns, and at the same time raising awareness and literacy about ocean sustainability with a sustainable impact on the blue economy. The impact region of the Blue Circular Post-Branding Project, an initiative supported by A2S, Association for the Sustainable Development of the Saloia region, with a co-funding from the MAR 2020 program located in Lisbon, metropolitan area in Lisbon, recycling lost fishing gears recovered from the sea is a challenge and time and effort consuming process, requires the adoption of local solutions for recycling chain. Manual sorting is required. A first pre-processing stage uses small shoulders and or a pre-cleaning boats near the fishing port. Some of the recovered ropes and nets would be valuable raw materials for pelleting. For the time being, the only efficient solutions to the problems identified with the recycling of DFG is not collect old, discard and recover fishing nets at the fishing ports. It is crucial to mobilize fishermen to generate value from DFG as well to pass on the dam to added value generated by the processing industry. The Blue Circular Post-Branding intends to create, design and manage an innovative platform for management of marine litter, namely plastic materials, nets, and other fishing gear, DFG, as a means of interaction between all partners involved in the whole process as a customer relationship. This platform, promoted by Blue Circular Post-Branding Project, thus becomes essential to help join efforts between different entities for the health of marine ecosystems, but also to respond to current societal challenges that are characterized by being increasingly fluid, globalized, and complex. From the point of view of managing complex systems, by involving all the players in the process, we believe it is possible to control all the variables that encompass the collections of materials and subsequent recycling, conceptualization, design, production, distribution, and new disposal of the product from the perspective of the experience of the actors involved in a service design logic, for example, a chain of custody, Blue Circular Post-Branding Project platform organized according to the Matsky Living Lab methodology. The following diagrams, phase 1 and 2, of the chain of custody of Blue Circular Post-Branding Project platform as a map macro process, get an overview of the information flow that integrates each of the two stages of the Blue Big Bag monitoring chain of custody as a research plan is a service design case study of empiric natural goods by mixed methods triangulation approach. And now I pass to the Sophia to continue this speech.
Yes.
And at the end, I give the Isabel to answer to the questions, okay?
Yes.
It's a teamwork.
Yeah. So thinking about how important it is for traceability and sustainability, the transparency of processes, mostly to avoid greenwashing practice. We aim of providing information to the end consumer using as an example a visual communication proposal based on the concept of traceability. Carried out as part of my dissertation of the master's studies. We designed the traceable labels to the project, to Blue Circular, and they are made from the recycled plastics itself, and provide the consumers information about the project, about the composition of the item in question, about the geographical aspects of the material and of the product. So we extract, we recycle, and we produce in Portugal. And in addition, in the case of textile materials, it is proposed to map the processes in which the article has gone through, for example, from the raw material to spinning, looming, modeling, and sewing. And this traceable path of the product can be found on the QR code on the tags, where we can read from the oceans to you, so the consumer can see all the path that the product has passed. And that's it in the next slide, yes?
Yes,
right?
that's it.
And yes, in conclusion, as a service design process to address complex system, the Blue Circular Post-Branding Project proposed to establish a robust supply chain capable of creating value from marine waste, promoting sustainable design alternatives to current consumption patterns, and simultaneously promoting awareness and literacy for the sustainability of the oceans with a sustainable impact on the blue economy. So now we invite you to better illustrate our point. We invite you to watch this short film about our project that it was presented on the National Fishermen's Day, that is on 31st of May in Portugal. It is in Portuguese, but you will find subtitles in
Que
English.
proposta criamos? Que conceitos e valores?
Ao longo dos últimos 50 anos, tivemos a maior produção de artefactos da história, ao mesmo tempo que afetamos os nossos ecossistemas com cada vez mais desperdícios, daí resultantes, produzindo lixo. Sabemos que cerca de 40% dos oceanos do mundo são fortemente afetados pelas atividades humanas, incluindo a poluição, a pesca intensiva e a perda de habitats costeiros, colocando em risco mais de 3 mil milhões de pessoas que dependem da biodiversidade marinha e costeira para a sua subsistência. Enquadrado no ODS 14 da Agenda 2030, Proteção da Vida Marinha, esse é também o propósito do Blue Circular Post-Branding Project, um exemplo de uma abordagem de economia circular azul que envolve a academia, a comunidade pescatória, a sociedade civil, a esfera política e empresarial, tendo como principal objetivo a transformação do lixo descartado diariamente em algo novo e com valor, capaz de promover um consumo consciente e globalmente sustentável. Neste cenário de interrelações, recorrendo a metodologias de design para configuração de sistemas complexos, o Blue Circular Post-Branding Project propõe-se estabelecer uma cadeia de abastecimento robusta capaz de 1. Criar valor a partir do lixo marinho, 2. Promover alternativas de design sustentável para os atuais padrões de consumo e, simultaneamente, 3. Promover a sensibilização e literacia para a sustentabilidade dos oceanos com impacto sustentável na economia azul.
O principal objetivo é financiar as comunidades pescatórias através da realização de mais-valias que venham a ser obtidas com a recolha e separação, no mar ou em terra, de redes e outras artes de pesca em fim de vida útil.
Nós partimos de uma ideia de que a circularidade da economia azul tem que existir. O que é que existe em Portugal neste âmbito? A primeira porta onde fomos bater foi a Doca Pesca, que efetivamente tem, e descobrimos na altura, um projeto denominado a Pesca para o Mar Sem Lixo, em parceria com a APLM, a Associação Portuguesa de Lixo Marinho, possível de ser realizada nos portos da Capitania de Cascais. Esta cadeia de valor que o projeto monitorizou passou pelo contacto, por reuniões, por visitas a um conjunto de entidades e de indústrias. Falamos da indústria do têxtil, da indústria do calçado, falamos da indústria das cordas e pescas, falamos da Plaza Oeste, de materiais plásticos. Nós passamos por um conjunto de entidades e de indústrias para melhor perceber a quem é que nós podíamos fazer chegar as redes de pesca e o lixo marinho, neste caso os plásticos, para que pudesse ser transformado. Em Portugal não existe ainda indústria capaz de transformar este material recolhido em novos produtos, em fio para têxtil ou em outro tipo de material.
Promovendo a literacia dos oceanos, incentivando todos os cidadãos e stakeholders a assumir atitudes informadas e responsáveis sobre o oceano e os seus recursos.
Desde 2009, que a Sociedade de Geografia de Lisboa tem acompanhado a ação estruturante da Unesco sobre a importância mundial da literacia. O alerta de 2012 da Comissão Europeia para a crise de literacia que afeta os países da União. Os escassos dados sobre o grave nível de iliteracia da população portuguesa e o louvável Plano Nacional de Leitura, lançado em 2006, para elevar os níveis de literacia de leitura ou de prosa dos portugueses. Antes de se falar sobre literacia do oceano, importa perceber o que é e aplicar essa mesma informação participando plenamente na sociedade aberta. Um nível elevado de literacia é, pois, essencial ao progresso humano e à intervenção dos cidadãos e da comunidade na sobrevivência do oceano.
So that's all. Just to make a point and to finish it, we started this project, I and Karl Schwartz, in 2019, and we just finished it in 2023. We had this big event on the 31st of May this year, where we invited all the community, all the stakeholders, public and private, and we are here also grading this master thesis from Sophie with this label that she has created, and now we are open for questions if we have any time. I'm the target for the questions, so don't be shy. It's done.
Muy bien, ¿alguna pregunta de la sala, por favor?
Nada, muchas gracias.
So we are going to do a pace 30 minutes break. Those people listening and streaming 20 minutes. There are 20. Okay, so at 11:40 we'll resume the talks. We're on the 4th floor. Thank you.
living in contemplation. Begin to find place. Contemplation. Begin to find place.
Vamos a continuar la sesión. Vamos con las ponencias que corresponden a esta segunda parte previa a la conferencia magistral que vamos a tener con Macio. Recordaros de nuevo que el taller que esta mañana, de Claudia Montalvo, que esta mañana se iba a desarrollar a las 9:30, se pasa al formato de la tarde, a las 3:30. De la misma forma, los que estéis interesados e interesadas, por favor, a las 3:30 os vais a la parte de acreditación y desde allí pasaréis a la segunda planta a desarrollar el taller, mientras aquí seguimos con otra conferencia y las ponencias. La compañera que va a compartir esta segunda parte con vosotras y con vosotros es Claudia.
Who is going to share this with all of you is Blanca. I've got like an array of names right here. Blanca Matuga is the professor of the School of Beaux-Arts in Malaga, and she's going to be the moderator of this second part of the morning, so you can take the floor.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening. We're going to stand to do the presentation. The name of the paper is Inclusive Design Principles for Public Places, Spaces and Things. It's going to be presented by Mina Tonen and Asa from the Design Luleå University of Technology in Sweden. For the following speakers, we are short of time, so we're going to try to be briefer, like in 8 minutes should be fine for...
Thank you.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Asa Wither. Soy profesora de la Universidad Luleå de Diseño.
Paper, Inclusive Design Principles for Public Places, Spaces and Things. And Mina has a bad back, so we will stand up. I hope that's okay that we do that we don't sit down. And we want to talk to you today about attractive and inclusive spaces and places. How do we actually do that? And in the current era of rapid urbanization, societal challenges, the design of public spaces has emerged as a critical factor in fostering sustainable and inclusive communities. The discourse on urban development highlight the need for spaces that are populated and full of life. However, we have noticed that techno-rational thinking tends to overlook human experiences, and hence we see a need for inclusivity beyond physical accessibility. And also we talk about in the paper about siloed thinking, in which the municipalities, at least in Sweden, tend to different areas and have different responsibilities and seldom talk to each other. And hence we see a need for to address and include various human experiences in the built environment. And today we will take you to the north of Sweden, a town called Skellefteå, middle-sized town, where we have worked with the municipality and a lot of different actors in different kind of workshops and generative sessions. And we have also done place analysis in this area.
Yes, and this is to show the area of the place analysis. This gray area is the house you saw in the previous slide, and the yellow area marks the area that we have studied. It's a plaza and the street that goes past the house. And when we started the project, everything was a building site. There was a hole on the ground. So it has been like growing throughout these 3 years, and the place was finished in the summer, last summer. And what we present here is the place analysis that we did, the last one that we did in the August this year. And the central concept for, we're going to show a model here, and the central concept for it was layers. You can read here in the quote what one participant said, and it actually very much expresses how people interact with places on several levels. It has to do with a certain complexity that we have here defined as layers. And this is the model we have developed in this project. It's based on literature studies and discussions with the municipality people, urban designers, city planners, and various experts in accessibility and such areas. And it has like, you can read the model on several ways. So it has these 3 pillars: safe, usable, and sensors. And I will be talking about those pillars. They, as such, include a certain taxonomy in themselves. And also will then later come back and talk about more the horizontal level, how everything connects. So it's kind of weaving together various things. Safety is very much the base. That's kind of the acknowledged thing everybody is quite aware about. And it has 2 dimensions. It's the physical thing that you don't want to kind of be in a physical danger, but it also has much to do with like emotional aspects. So for instance, when you enter into the space, it's nice to have like open space, clear sight lines. You understand where you can go. You see other people. Here in the what is it for your right hand side? And there's a library. There's big windows. There will be people looking out. They will see you. You will see them. It enhances the safety perspective. And of course, light has a very significant part to play here. In this project, they've worked lighting on the different levels also. And here we also kind of start to see the connections, because light, of course, creates also an atmosphere which then connects to the sensual aspect of the place. And as we live in the northern part in the Sweden, and this is located there as well, so there will be lots of snow in the winter. So the ground has actually heating, so there will never be snow and ice on the surface, which also enhances the safety perspective. Yeah, and then biking is very popular. Believe it or not, people ride their bikes in the winter. So there's a broad bike line that is also separated from the cars, which also enhances the physical side of the safety. And then the usability. In this project, the designers wanted to very much challenge the way how people use streets. So the question was, can a street be more than just a transport area? Can it be somewhere where people can actually do things, meet, and so? So you can see that there is seating areas along the street. There's also place for children, interactive sculptures. And the idea is that the library that has children's apartment next to the sculpture can do pop-up events here, maybe storytelling. There are other places for pop-up events and so. And one concept also that was important in this project was the thing on stage and off stage, which means that the visitors should be able to choose where they want to sit, if they want to sit more in the middle of the action, or if they want to sit more off stage and be the observers to see what other people do. So depending on if you are more introvert or extrovert person. And then the thing that our model actually adds to the usual thing is very much about the sensuousness of the place. Is the place inviting, but can it also be vitalizing? And in this case, the greenery was important thing and the natural materials. But also when we were doing the place analysis, we noticed that there were like pleasant smells from the restaurants nearby that also enhanced the sensuous aspect. Also the flowers, the wind, the breeze, the warmth in the sun. This is south-facing place, very important for us. Maybe here in Spain, not so much. There you have other problems. Yeah, the main point when it comes to sensuous is that it should really go beyond the visual. In our culture today, we are so visually focused. So it's important to also enhance other senses.
So in this presentation, we have talked about and emphasized the need to include human experiences in the design of public spaces. And we have introduced the design principles safe, usable and sensuous, and stressed that public spaces are more than just the physical accessibility. It deals with our first impressions of the place, how we can engage, and indeed, we as designers and design researchers need to embrace a more holistic approach and think about how the place and its design can enhance the human well-being. And you're very welcome to come to our workshop later today where we will introduce you to the methodology and you will try to use these design principles that we have developed. Thank you so much.
Okay, not works, yes. Thank you for your communication. We have a question. Do you think inclusive design gets the necessary attention in the design schools?
Should I answer here? Can you hear me? Okay, good, from my back. No, I don't think it gets the necessary attention at design schools. You seldom talk about these things. We don't talk about it here today, but we developed a set of six different human factors that we addressed in this project as well. It was gender, physical, and psychological accessibility. We talked about age, we talked about ethnicity, and so on. So we tried to go take in a broad scope of what inclusivity actually means. And you can also say that inclusive design is wrong in some aspects because inclusive means that you have the ability to actually include someone else. And that is also something that needs to be addressed.
Sí, aquí tenemos una pregunta.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask for the approach of involving the local citizens in this. Of course, I heard there is a workshop, but maybe you could elaborate, is it a top-down, a bottom-up, a mixed? How did you deal with collecting, let's say, the emotions of the people that live there, what they really want? How did you do that? Thanks a lot.
Well, it was problematic, I can say, because we had an original idea. We started this project in 2019, and we started off by working with the municipality and different sectors within the municipality. And then we had a second phase where we were going to involve citizens. And then came the pandemic. So it was really interesting in different ways. But we used several other methods to sort of get more people involved. And we also had, in the workshop session, we had some sessions online where we were able to include other people as well. So we tried to be creative with the challenge.
Maybe to add one thing to that, also, we were also trying to enhance the perspective of the designer having several roles as well. If you talk about the complexity, designer is never like an isolated someone looking from outside. That's also like what kind of mindset do I have as a designer, and how much can I draw from my own experiences. But that's also, of course, important to remember, that you have to understand that it's not for yourself you design, but it's also equally important to understand that you are a human being as everyone else. Yeah, so that the designers can draw also from their personal experiences, but not only that, just to address the, yeah.
Bueno, vamos a seguir.
So we're going to continue. We're going to present the following paper. Paula Nevers and Professor Antonio Camra. F-Sensum, Multisensory Environmental Communication. Es comunicación ambiental multisensorial.
Es otra.
Okay, let's start the presentation.
to do this with two computers. So this work reflects about human-Earth communication possibilities, where technology provides the means for them to materialize. In these terms, we observe that environmental health experiences are multisensual by its nature. And as multisensory humans, we are equipped to make sense about the natural environment. However, we are mostly unaware about environmental health communication dimensions, as also about our sensory systems functions. So, as the chemical senses, and that is smell and taste, are underrepresented in actual normative environmental health communication systems, therefore, these systems do not represent the multisensorial human experience. And that is a problem, because as the human sensory perception system informs about environment, we do not have the resources to relate with them, and the integration process gets lost. So, if the human body is in its essence a multisensory device that through breathing and digestion interchanges a continuous flow of environmental data, what kind of tools do we need to make sense about this information? If the chemical senses are direct human environmental interfaces, how could technology provide the means to overcome these constraints? In Heidegger terms, the technology is an evolving vehicle that reflects on how we relate to the world, which implies knowledge, craftsmanship, and art. And this notion is complemented by Verbeek, highlighting that technology is not mere extensions of human beings, but a way of revealing through which knowledge provides an opening up of the reality that emerges out of concealment. So how could technology as a mediator of human relations enable humans to disclose environmental health events in order for them to comprehend its communication? And these reflections converged into the main research question, that is, how to design an environmental health communication HCI system for multisensory humans that includes the chemical senses. So, to answer this question, we investigated environmental human communication models. The primary environment-human communication relationship relies on sensorial, perceptive, and cognitive processes that are context and cultural dependent. Thereby, multisensory integration processes and environment affordances are absorbed as knowledge units for life-centered purposes. As an example of this approach is the prehistoric monument Stonehenge, located in England, a platform of proto-astronomy observations, as also of cultural rituals related with nature as a living entity. With the introduction of machines, this model was replaced by the environment-machine-human communication relationship, which relies on machinery for specialized technicians to report them. This is the case of sophisticated systems whose mission is to cover the multidimensional features of natural events. Actually, these are fed by geospatial data, remote and local sensory networks, as also 3D radar and laser scanning systems. So, as the human multisensory experience is missing in this landscape, we propose an upgrade of this current model. The environment-human tech model integrates multisensory perception and communication, and thereby the environment-human agency and technology is handled within a holistic and inclusive frame set. So in this line of thought, it envisions technology beyond monitoring and managing geodata for governance purposes. Its role is to provide the means to leverage citizen knowledge about environmental events and action. So to investigate this concept, we designed this exploratory design project, Earth Sensum, which envisions the environment-human relationship as a living interface where technology mediates its communications through smell and taste. For these purposes, we wanted to know if smell and taste ingredients that stand for environmental health events could be communicated by abstract forms for digital media application concepts. For this purpose, we followed Hafakam's multisensory HCI design and cross-model association research that unfolds along two main building layers. First, a cross-sensory analogy and symbolic layer, followed by a meaning and communication layer, which converges into conceptualization of the design product or service. Accordingly, the first layer corresponds to the chemical sense experience, where we investigate how to extract possible design units to inform an interactive design system. Next, for the stimuli selection, we selected these smell and taste samples based on its representativeness of environmental issues, based on its geolocation, ruling industries, and cultural practices. Smell samples were related with local industries in Portugal, taste samples related to distant cities whose industries practices have a global impact. So, for smell, we considered the solid waste industry with ammonia, cellulose industry with hydrogen sulfide, and the fishing industry with dimethyl sulfide. For the taste, we addressed Tehran with the spinach sample, Beijing with soybean, and Dhaka with clove. This was the table of the samples. So the study gathered quantitative data of total 16 participants in the study. We used the within-group research design approach and split participants in two groups. 8 participants each for the smell experience, and 8 for the taste experience. The procedure implied participants first experiences smell and taste stimuli, followed by association tasks of formal, graphic, and haptic properties for each stimulus. The formal association task was presented as a paper prototype of our interface concept. Features included basic shapes, colors, and abstract texture units. For the haptic associations that we displayed, we provided round, point-edged, and angular volumes, complemented by material options of rough, regular, and soft surfaces. The results here show the graphic and haptic options of each participant regarding each stimulus. So it shows how these options map an individual chemical sense experience. The results indicate not only how the participants translated their experiences through abstract attributes, but highlights how the tools allowed them to record an otherwise volatile perception. And I highlight that it is not only them that can record through this method their experiences, but also we now, at this moment, can now look and observe how these experiences were experienced by the participants. The quality data in which we conducted SME structures interviews inquired about the efficiency and relevance of the system and overall experience. So 87% of the 100% of the participants asserted that the annotation system allowed them to translate their smell and taste experiences efficiently. All out of one participant declared that the overall experience was relevant, as it allowed them to see the chemical sense through a different lens, discovering its pertinence as units, meanings, factors. So, Earth-Sensum results support the holistic environment-human-tech relationship model that we envision as HCI design application concepts for mixed and immersive technology. Regarding augmented reality tech framework that allows geocontextual integration with this annotation system, we can foresee that by combining the formal associations with further features such as hedonic and semantic descriptions, or a complete sign system can be provided. Furthermore, additional layers of information could complement and clarify its meanings. regarding augmented reality, allows the geocontextual integration with the annotation system, and provides specific context-related information. So with hand tracking, for example, as an input method, the user is able to build signs by combining volumetric objects and properties to record and communicate sensory experiences. In this way, the user is able to empathize with remote environmental events and fostering a holistic perspective about these events. Both examples, therefore, are suitable to support sustainable development goals such as climate action, education, and problem solving. So we highlight the following opportunities for HCI and environmental communication design. So regarding technology, smell and taste as communication modes is feasible and benefits environmental health communication platforms, enhancing all the HCI design framework as an opportunity. Regarding cognition, environmental education through the chemical senses provides a new perspective about environmental topics, as also stimulates knowledge about these sensorial systems. Regarding communication, the application of smell and taste as sign indices amplifies environmental data communication, as they are indissociably from geographic space in its specific time and linked to emotion and events. They are, for sure, rich sign carriers for a certain message or a certain story. So one of these first phase key findings is that the main contribution of these papers are conceptualization of non-verbal communication system for smell and taste, which we envision as implementation possibilities of augmented and virtual reality platforms. As a whole, we want to stimulate each CI design research to investigate further this the human chemical senses in environmental communication design in line with the environmental human tech model. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por...
Thank you so much. Very interesting, the topic you presented to us. So we would like to ask if you have any questions. If that's not the case, we're going to pass on to the next presentation because we are short with time. So a round of applause to our colleague.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is this on? My name is Luis Vega. I work as a researcher in the Department of Design at Aalto University in Finland. My background is in product design, and I've been working as a practicing designer for almost 15 years. And in addition to this, I'm trained as a potter, meaning that I make pots with my hands, and I have a studio ceramics practice. And this is important to mention because it is relevant to the presentation that I'm delivering today. The presentation is organized into 4 sections. First, I will make sure that we all understand the research context where this paper takes place. Second, I will articulate what exactly the contribution of the paper is. Third, I will introduce the research setting and the materials and methods I used. And finally, I will present the key findings and their implications. All right, so the context of this study is practice-led design research. And for those of you who are not familiar with this term, practice-led design research is a field of academic inquiry that involves a researcher undertaking a design project subservient to stated research aims and objectives. This means that I, as a design practitioner, can take on the role of researcher to investigate anything that is researchable through my design practice. What is important about this mode of research is that it accounts for the role of making in the generation of knowledge. This mode of doing research is very significant because it offers an unparalleled sensibility to investigate design activity experientially. By taking the double role of designer and researcher, one can have direct access to the tacit knowledge and the experience that sustains design practice, something that is out of reach of other research approaches. However, this approach comes with a downside of being considerably limited to the scale of individual practice. So in order to address this limitation, this paper contributes a methodological approach to conducting practice-led design research. The contribution essentially maintains the site of knowledge production within design practice, but expands the nature of this practice beyond individual modes of practicing. And this basically aims at decentering the agency of the so-called designer researcher from the investigative process. To do this, I articulate a socio-material understanding of the concept of practice for practice-led design research. And what does this mean? Well, it basically means that I'm drawing on the theoretical tenets of socio-materiality. Socio-materiality is a research stream originating in the field of science and technology studies, emphasizing that in a research context, there is no material thing that is also not a social doing. This means that practices as social endeavors cannot really be understood without the specific materiality that produces them. But the most important thing here is that practices cannot pre-exist as individual affairs. Instead, they become as relational endeavors. So practices are never fixed or static, but always in the process of becoming something else. And by emphasizing here this notion of becoming, the paper asks, what makes a practice in practice-led design research become what it becomes? So instead of partaking in an already established practice or carrying out my own design practice as an individual designer researcher, I engage in the collective making of a new practice to investigate it as it unfolds. The whole idea behind the paper is based on the combination of two working definitions. The first one is the notion of thinking through making, which has been spearheaded by anthropologist Tim Ingold. The notion of thinking through making is indeed the operational principle of practice-led design research. We think through making, but it's also its main struggle. When thinking and making are performed through one another, they become entangled, and it is very difficult or almost impossible to delineate their boundaries. Philosopher Karen Barad explains that in order to investigate entangled phenomena, such as the entanglement of thinking and making, or the entanglement of research and practice, we have to separate the entanglement into small bits and pieces. And this is what the notion of cutting together apart refers to. The main idea here is that yes, things are deeply entangled. Some things may seem inseparable, but in order to investigate anything, we have to make separations. And these separations allow us to bring back these pieces together in ways in which new relationships can be made. So based on these ideas, the paper contributes the notion of thinking through making together apart, emphasizing on the one hand, collaborative and distributed design activity, and on the other hand, the challenge of delineating meaningful boundaries in practice-led design research. Current debates in the field focus on the question of what counts as making and what counts as thinking, or where are the boundaries between research and practice. This paper extends the ongoing debate to include questions about the boundaries of individuality and collectivity, as well as sociality and materiality. The setting of the study is a project I designed in 2021 as a response to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the project is called Translocal Pottery. I invited 5 potters from across the world to figure out a way of making pots together across spatio-temporal divides. In other words, the objective of the project was to collectively make a geographically distributed design practice. In the project, we foraged clay from the wild. We collected different types of clay from our local environments and processed them to make pots. The project was 6 months long, and it involved a combination of synchronous and asynchronous activities. And the whole process was documented in a variety of media, so the main method to generate data was documentation. This image is an example of one of our synchronous activities. It shows a collage of screenshots in which we were showing prototypes of our pods during a video recorded Zoom call. And this example here is one of our asynchronous activities. We had this group chat in addition to email correspondence and other tools that allowed us to keep up with the practice in like an offline mode. So what I want to portray with this collection of images is the idea that the practice was a socio-material becoming. My interest here is how the practice became what it became. So the unit of analysis in this study is the making of the practice. The practice in itself is what I conceive as the entanglement to be analyzed. And to perform the analysis, I visualized the data generated through the documentation that mentioned earlier, and I basically built this entangled meshwork. The meshwork, as you can see, is made of 6 threads and 18 knots, where each thread is an actor moving along a trajectory, and each knot is a moment of the design practice. In this case, the actors are material resources, cognitive artifacts, affective sensibilities, spatiotemporal determinants, not fully embodied skills, and peripheral practices. There's not enough time to explain all of this, but what is important to say is that it was all these actors that made the practice became what it became. The actors were identified by examining every moment of the practice one by one. For example, in moment 12, we evaluated the prototypes we had made to discover that many of the ideas we had originally envisioned would not be possible to achieve because of technical constraints or whatever. So we had to reframe our expectations based on this evaluation. The key actors involved in this moment were the prototypes and our creative desires, or to put it in another way, this was the moment in which these two actors began to shape each other. And this is what I refer when I say that they became entangled. Here I have highlighted this moment in the meshwork to explain that by looking at every moment, I could trace the trajectory of every actor, and this procedure captures the notion of thinking through making together apart. I made the practice together with other people, and then I analyzed it by cutting it apart into traceable trajectories. The main finding of the study is that what makes the practice become what it becomes is a continual negotiation of boundaries. And most importantly, negotiations of this kind are always socio-material. This means that there are no social doings that can exist independently of their material configurations. The social shapes the material in as much as the material shapes the social. The example I just mentioned can illustrate this point. The prototypes we made and our creative desires shaped each other. As they became entangled in practice, they produced a boundary between idealized intentions and the realities of working with unfamiliar materials. Such a boundary accounts for the making of a difference that mattered, and this is what I refer to with the word negotiation. And this may sound too obvious at first glance, but it has tremendous implications for design research. And the most important implication is that what gives something its presumably inherent qualities is never absolute, neutral, or fixed, but always contingent on socially embedded processes of materialization. And the analysis of the practice that I'm presenting in this paper is just an example of how differences, separations, and distinctions between categories, whether these categories are social, material, or analytical, are always made. So they are always attributable to our decisions as designers or researchers. They are not just found naturally. We are making them actively. So the contribution of this paper is really about the possibility of bringing other people, other designers into the practice and into the research practice, so I, as a researcher, can have an intersubjective means to understand how these differences are made and what material resolutions they produce. Thank you.
¿Alguien en la sala tiene?
Any questions? Any questions for the speaker?
Yeah. Thank you so much for this very interesting and amazing work that you are doing. It's actually reminding me of one of the very recent studies, like in another word, like it's called practice-oriented design by Quizer, and which is published, I think, in Design for Social Innovation or Social Responsibility. But I have a question related to when you're talking about like a designer, like the responsibility of designer from individual practice towards collective practice. And as Don Norman like recently published in his book, like what's the role of the designer as the facilitator? So my question is related to do you think like a designer can work as a facilitator to actually enhance the process of individual practice towards the collective practice?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we are always participating as facilitators, but by participating as facilitators, we have to acknowledge that we are also participants. So for example, in a participatory design context, it's very important to know how we as facilitators use, for example, language or the spatial configuration of the thing, because we are informing or we are sort of prescribing the way the interaction and the mode of participation is going to be. So it's not only about facilitating, but also about acknowledging that we are making, indeed, the mode, and we are determining the mode of participation and the conditions of participation. This is explained in the paper. I mean, I didn't have time to explain this, but I had to select the participants. So I sort of prescribed the way of doing it, and this is what I want to say when I use the word or the term thinking through making together apart. I bring people together, but I had to make separations to make a group that would be working for the context of this. Yes. Thank you.
Gracias, Luis. Bien, a continuación vamos a acometer un...
We're going to slightly change the program because we have time restrictions. We're going to postpone some of the papers to the evening. So Santa Galinda Reyes is going to present a paper, and the paper by Noemi Emidi and the following ones by Carolina Perez Rodriguez, they are going to be moved to the afternoon. So
aquí, me imagino, ¿no? Sí. Sí, un segundillo. Es que no veo, ¿no? Si puede, a ver, disculpe. Ahí. Para pasar, le doy al intro. O aquí, ¿no? Vale. Hola, buenas tardes. Nosotros...
Hello. My colleague José María de la Varga and myself from Santa Galindo, we are both professors here in the University of Malaga, and we belong to the Economy and Enterprise and Management Department, and we've got a proposal under the title Design and Implementation to the ABP methodology, the MART case. Design and implementation of the methodology, project designed learning, MART case.
En concreto, muchos de los que estamos aquí, me imagino que...
So for many of the people here, we are professors and we work in the context of the university and we talk about training models. So here we have a proposal for a redesign of the current training models with a specific proposal and with the main outcomes obtained. So we've got a training model based on the project-based learning And the students are part in an active way of the learning process. So they often complain that they are passive, and in this case they are active. They have to work in an autonomous way with challenges and activities in situations that are close to reality. So they're going to be facing different challenges that they need to solve, and this will come to a final product. This methodology, the project-based learning, has been used in many different training stages.
A los estudios universitarios. De hecho,
So we use that in different levels of education. Since also in engineering, this is very often used. This specific technique is used in design thinking, for example. What is our proposal? To apply this tool to a specific project, a real one that has been developed during the last few years, in the last academic years in the University of Malaga. So we are using it in the MART project, Malaga Rating Team, and this project works as a group that participates in competitions. There are 80 students of the university, and this is a multidisciplinary team. There are over 20 different disciplines, different degrees, and this is in a racing team. This is related to motor sports, and here we have all sorts of students, social sciences, humanities, but also engineering and things like that. There are two different areas. There is a technical area or department and a business area or department, and within the business one there are several sub-departments. In this racing team participates, takes part in Formula Student, which is an international competition. It's just like Formula One, but at the university level. In the US, in Asia, in Australia, and in Europe. And there are several competitions every year. So, in order to have access to these competitions, the students have to submit several exams, online exams, by all teams, and depending on the score they get, they will be allowed to participate in different competitions. Here, our car is the yellow one, the one right at the front in Hockenheim, and it was last summer, and we participated in Formula Student Germany. And in this type of competitions, not only dynamic and safe tests are assessed, but also the static ones. For example, the development of a business model that must be presented by the students that are members of the team, and they need to present an idea related to an idea for a business model in relation to the car. So, once the main presentation was done, what we want to do here is to define and develop the whole process for the design and implementation of this methodology, project-based learning, both from the academic point of view and also professionally, and show the main achievements obtained. So all the active implementations, which is related to the real knowledge of the students, not only in the classroom, but also from the practical point of view. And also we can obtain academic results. And therefore we can comply with our obligation of disseminating knowledge. And also we reinforce the social task of universities. So we followed a specific methodology, the project-based learning approach, and also related in direction by project. or based on projects. So we've done this in this scheme as a circuit, and we've got several stages. Initiation. Every year, at the beginning of the school year, we set up a new team. So what do students do? They go to the different faculties. They will take the car to show around, and they will select and recruit the new members of the team. And one of the requirements is to be part of the university. So there are students who will participate in the racing team for 2, 3, 4 years, but once they finish their studies, they need to leave the racing team. So new members are required, and this means that there is a change in the organization and structure of the team. Then, once the team has been defined, we will have the planification investigation with the chronogram, objectives, initiatives, indicators, task assignment, job descriptions, and so on. Then we start with the design and development stage. These racing teams, we will working very hard on the technical part. And our main proposal here is to work on the business part too. Many technical skills are developed, but we need to develop other technical skills related to other disciplines and also work on the cross-sectional skills. So in this stage, third stage, the technical students will be working on the car, and business students will be working, for example, in communication and sponsorship campaigns and so on. So then everything that has been planned goes into implementation in the fourth stage, and then during the fifth stage we are going to carry out the tests and the assessment, and there we have experts involved, also the alumni that will help, and also professors will intervene. Then in the sixth stage, we have a reflection and review process to see how to improve what is being done, both for the technical aspects and the business aspects. Then the most important part of the project arrives. We do the presentation of the project and the product, so a car, and we always choose a very emblematic place in the city to present it. This is the final result. It's very important for us, and we also invite everyone who is involved in the team, sponsors, public institutions like the city council, and also the family members of the students. And then finally, the participation in competitions. This year we participated in Formula Student Germany, Spain and Portugal. Of course, as any other project, the most important thing will be the results. We have 4 different blocks of results. One of them related to the MART Academy. The main goal here is to develop skills, basic skills related to the degrees, but also cross-cutting skills. And we are also developing many skills related to entrepreneurship and employability. Yes. So students will learn in a real context, in a real environment, and we also do research. There is one line that is related to electrical vehicles. Up to now, we've always been working with a combustion engine car, and we started studying electric vehicles in 21-22. Last year, we presented the electrical engine in Formula Student Portugal, and this season, we want to present a fully competitive car with an electric engine. In many of the competitions, the combustion engine car is being eliminated, so we need to be able to participate in the electric electrical one. So we've participated in many different competitions and we've obtained pretty good results. Here you can see Formula Student Spain. Last year we had a position 1 in business and we were number 5 in Holland, in the Netherlands. And this year we already got a P2 in the overall position in Formula Student Spain, and we also succeeded in all tests in Germany. That's the most difficult competition because all racing teams in Formula Students want to go to Germany. So being allowed into the German competition, that was already a success, and having passed all those tests is a double success. I'd like to highlight other responsibilities that we have in the university. We are working, for example, in MART research. We try to produce scientific research, disseminate results, and contribute to knowledge generation and dissemination. This is she's an industrial engineer, the team leader, previous team leader, and over 20 master's or degree projects have been presented in relation to Formula Student, to MART. Also in teaching and also in chapters, in books, papers that have been published in relevant reviews and magazines. So we must also acknowledge the contribution we receive from the city. The university supports us, and also the Vice Rectorate on Innovation and Social Development, and also the City Council, because they offer us facility for the students to carry out their work. And the students of the team work every month in activities with social corporate responsibility. This is the example with the Down Syndrome Association, but we also work with teams that are working with plants or with the waste management, for example, different associations also. And we also have another line, which is MART Academy School, and we want our students to go to vocational training centers to show what we're doing in the university and also to engage future members. Tomorrow we will participate in an event called Leading Girls. We want to promote girls and women participation. This is a world full of men, but showing our project, we also invite girls and women to participate with us. So this is an example of the presentation of the project in a school, primary education school. So as a summary, this year we've got over 80 different students from 80 students from different 18 degrees, over 20 end of master and end of degree projects, 10 academic papers, 11 social actions. We've been in the media, in the press, in digital media, and television, and radio. And our social media impact is growing too. And we are working with over 30 sponsors, small companies but also big companies who support us. This had repercussion, not only in terms of our successes in competitions, but also in other types of acknowledgements. Our previous team leader, there were two men who were team leaders, and here this is Sonia Porra, one of our team leaders, most recent one, and she obtained the Talent Woman Spain because of her work in this project. Also, we received an award for the best company by the Marketing Club, and there we are competing with very important communication agencies here in the province, and we also obtained that acknowledgement. As a conclusion, well, I said nearly everything, but I'd just like to add some details. This is a strategic project for the University of Malaga. It's very complex because there are many students involved from many different degrees, and this is really working in this model of the partnership of companies, university and public administrations, and it requires a lot of effort, and there are limitations because of the budget mainly. We've got a budget from the university, but of course we always work to try and find additional funding sources and our own funds too. Students and professors are working on a volunteer basis right now, but we are also working on the obtention of credits that should be acknowledged because of the work they do here. We're also investigating the autonomous vehicles, and we've worked in electrical car, and we are also working in different lines to enhance social sciences, for example. This is a really big project. A lot of effort is required, but we're very proud of it, and we wanted to share our results with you. Thank you. Thank you, Fuensanta. Are there any questions for our colleague, this professor? Thank you, Fuensanta. Emilia, I'm going to ask you to sit here with us, and Matthew.
Vamos a pasar a la primera conferencia magistral. Emilia.
So, this is going to be the keynote speech by Matthew. Emilia, you can introduce him. Pásamela, y cuando ya me la hayas pasado, si quieres, coges.
Okay, now I'm going to introduce our guest speaker that is here next to us. But before I do that, I want to offer a special gift related with the conference. And Matthew, this is one tile we brought from Lisbon. In fact, this tile was part of our building, so I guess it's more or less the same age of the conference. And the tile was stored in a garage, and we decided to transform it into a gift. And so we just introduced here the brand of we carved the tile with the brand of the conference. And so it's just how do you say in Spanish, a recuerdo, just a gift, a memory for the 20th anniversary of the conference. So Matthew, thank you very much for being here with us, and I hope you keep a piece of yad with you in the United States. So thank you so much again. I'm going to introduce briefly Matthew, so you get the opportunity to know him a little bit better. So Matthew is a designer, researcher, and a lecturer and author on contemporary issues in design practice and research. He has over 20 years of professional experience in interactive graphic exhibition and experimental design. His projects and research seek to understand the kinds of worlds that design actions, both intentional and otherwise, produce. his book, Design After Capitalism, that I have here with me, and I strongly recommend you to read the book. It's fantastic. Buy it, obviously, buy the book, but still. You have it, great. It's fantastic book.
Download it.
Download it, yes. And advocates for a new design paradigm oriented to deliberate transitions in everyday social, political, and economic relations. And Wising is an associate professor of urban technology at the University of Michigan and a PhD researcher in transitional design at Carnegie Mellon University, and also associate editor of Visible Language, the longest-running peer-review design journal, which we also strongly recommend you to look at and publish there if you can. So Matthew, with no further delay, the microphone and the stage is yours. And thank you again for accepting the invitation, and welcome to Malaga and to Senses and Sensibility.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay, well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Amelia, for the wonderful introduction and for the beautiful tile, and also for the invitation to be here in Malaga. Already some really interesting and provocative discussions, and I hope more of that over the rest of today and into tomorrow. So the presentation, the title of the presentation I'm going to give today is about two things that I think about a lot, I guess, design and the future. And I want to actually start with a story. The story starts in 1939 in New York City. This was a year in which New York City was hosting the World's Fair. And like World's Fairs before and after it, this was a massive international event, people coming from all over the world, millions of people coming to this expression, this celebration of ingenuity, creativity, thinking a lot about how technology might change the way that people live their everyday lives. And I think one of the reasons that I find this event interesting has to do with just the timing of this. 1939, there was a civil war in this country. All of Europe was on the brink of war. The United States was still in the throes of the Great Depression, big economic downturn. And so it's in the midst of this, multiple crises that in some ways I think it's an event that's trying to look forward towards something positive and something optimistic. And probably the most hyped event or hyped experience to be had at this World's Fair was the Futurama exhibition. Maybe some of you know this story a little bit, but what happens, what the Futurama exhibit was explained as or described as was a vision of the future, also described as a look at the city of tomorrow. And it was proposing to look at what the city of tomorrow in America might look like 20 years into the future. So from 1939, looking towards 1959, 1960. It was so hyped, I guess you would say, that if you were to visit Futurama, you would leave with this badge. I have seen the future. Wow, right? Really powerful stuff. You have been transported. And so what happened? Like, what actually happens when you go to visit the future? Well, this particular future was designed by the already well-established, well-known industrial designer from the United States, Norman Bel Geddes. Bel Geddes was already well-known as a designer of lots of everyday sort of industrial products, radios and home utensils and things like this. He had also worked on some more conceptual projects like concept cars that never came to be, massive airliners and things like this. But this project, I think, is of a different magnitude. It was not only to kind of reimagine, or not only to design a city, but sort of reimagine living in a city of the future, and also how that city might connect to other aspects of the American geography and landscape. And so the exhibition itself was staged as some combination of like a massive scale model, but also like an amusement park ride. So visitors were actually suspended and sort of gliding over this model that was 1 acre in size, or I guess about half hectare in size. It was showing possible urban scenarios, rural scenarios, basically every kind of landscape you can imagine in the U.S., from cities to deserts to lakes and mountains, coast to coast. And really, the biggest difference the biggest change from what was existing in American cities at the time and what was here was the new invention of the freeway, which had been determined by engineers. It would be possible for cars to move very fast as long as they're moving in the same direction, and the on-ramps and the off-ramps are designed in a very particular way. And what Belgedes was able to do, I think, with the exhibition was to demonstrate that this seemingly simple technical innovation would have some pretty far-flung implications for how people could live, that you would maybe work in one of these big towers in Manhattan and then go live in the countryside commuting at night. And so I think it's worth pointing, the entire thing was sponsored by General Motors. So the entire project was about trying to build a certain kind of public support, a public enthusiasm for this new life built around the freeway, built around the automobile. It was based on a previous project that Belgedes had worked on that was sponsored by the Shell Oil Company, called also the City of Tomorrow. So yeah, it's not very hard to see how the sponsors were really well invested in this version of the future that Belgedes was crafting and attempting to build public support for. In this particular story, we got the freeways, and it actually happened, of course, in the years after World War II, pretty much on time with the 20-year forecast of Belgedes for a variety of reasons for, people to be able to move about, for goods to move about. Also some military planning was some of the rationale for the US highway system, but in the years and decades after World War II, it came to be. Of course, there were some downsides, and some of them are maybe the obvious ones. I mean, we have all the issues of massive amounts of congestion and traffic and the pollution, the noise, but we also have, in some ways, the long-term effects of what it meant for American cities to build themselves almost entirely around the automobile, that city planning requires an allocation of space for parking and parking garages, a fossil fuel infrastructure, and all of these kinds of things. And I think what's also interesting is that this sort of top-down view of thinking about life in the city, about sort of designing, from this kind of bird's eye, God's eye view, also immediately met backlash of people who lived in some of these places. And so as the freeway system was expanding, it was required to demolish neighborhoods, cut through communities. Some resistance came in places like the Lower East Side of Manhattan, where Jane Jacobs was kind of became known as a grassroots community organizer, sort of resisting the development of the freeway, in this case successfully diverting the freeway away from this particular neighborhood, and has also has its own legacy, I think, of a version of a more kind of participatory approach to urban planning that doesn't only rely on the experts with sort of the top-down view, but the lived experiences and expertise of the people living in those cities. Okay, so why am I telling this story? I'm telling this story in part because we're not quite 100 years away from the story, but I think we find ourselves in a similar moment in some ways, or at least some parallels I see in the way that the images of the future are being sort of crafted and consumed around us. And so if we think about things that are circulating as kind of mainstream cultural imaginaries about the future to come 10 or 20 years from now, I think one of the lessons we could take away is just to pay attention to who's sponsoring those images, who's crafting those images, how do we consume those images, and to wonder about the some cases what might be design innovation and what might be a technological innovation, that the space between them blurs often. And this is what they're about. They are making some kind of transformation, some kind of transition at some kind of scale. But I think that we also can learn a lesson from this particular example, that the technological change alone, without some other kind of social, cultural, economic, political change, is going to be inherently conservative. And by conservative, I mean maintaining, in particular, the kinds of power structures that have existed. And we can see that really clearly in what happened with, effectively in the imagining, the shaping, the sort of making of images of different kinds of futures, and can help, not independently, but can help in the catalyzing of action towards them. But one of the issues that I think this lesson makes really clear is that many professional design practices have been largely instrumentalized by the paradigm of a capitalist society, that the demands of the sponsors in this case actually have more to do with the nature of the vision of the future and also the action built towards it than the designers themselves. So I wonder, and these are the questions that I'm asking myself, and I guess I'll put in front of all of you at this conference, what kinds of designing can help us to shape these different images of the future? And by different, I mean those that are not necessarily, manufactured by existing, powerful interests and entities, organizations, individuals, et cetera, but also can conflict or offer different possibilities than those that are being manufactured for us. But also what kinds of designing can shift this paradigm, can actually make some kind of change in our understanding of what, in this case, design of certain kinds is actually for, what it is to do. So these are just some of the things I'm talking about in this book, as Amelia pointed out, and I think some questions that certainly are not resolved in the book, but these are some of the big topics that it's trying to take up. One of the really, I think, important reference points for me in putting this book together is the work of the British design historian John Heskett. Not sure how many people are familiar with his work, but for me, a really important point of reference is his book, Design and the Creation of Value. I think what Heskett did with this work was basically like a lot of heavy lifting for design scholars and practitioners of all kinds. Heskett was looking, kind of mining the history of, I would qualify like mainstream Western economic theory, and in all of these different models, looking for those moments where you could say, that is where something like design can generate value. There's somewhere inside this theory that a design practice of a certain kind can generate value within this theory. And what he found, maybe not surprisingly also to designers or design researchers, is there was precious little that he could find inside these existing economic theories that would say, yes, that's where design creates value in Marx's labor theory of value, or in some of these other examples. And so, again, I think it's significant that the work that he put into sort of developing this and comparing it to design practices, I think he starts. Where is that value coming from? So finding very little in existing theories, Heskett went about creating his own, what he called the value creation theory. And again, I think it's wonderful because it is perhaps the most robust and sort of comprehensive analysis of value creation for design. And what he lands upon here are these three distinct types of innovation that design practices can contribute to. He names them process innovations, so how things are produced, how things are circulated, how things are distributed, things like this. Product innovations, so the actual goods and services, what they are, how they operate, et cetera. And then transaction innovations, how exchanges are actually made. And so again, while I find a lot of value and sort of applaud the model here, what Heskett indicates they all point back towards is imperfect competition. And so I find it's also now still fully trapped within a particular paradigm which says this is what value is imperfect competition within a competitive marketplace. And so I imagine I'm probably not alone to sort of question this as the ceiling of the kind of value that design can create. And I should mention this is work that Heskett was working on for some time prior to his death. The book was published posthumously, but I would venture to guess that many people in this room are observing or researching or participating in models of design practices in UX or in service design or in social innovation that would argue that this ceiling of imperfect competition as the ultimate function of design's value making is questionable. Okay, but like, so what, right? Who cares? Like, what is actually the problem here? Well, of course, capitalism has been critiqued since it began. Hundreds of years, libraries full of criticisms, lots of very positive things said as well. Not so interested in jumping into all of that, but more concerned about where are we right now? What's happening, today? What is the potential historical transition that we are living through? And so, if we take, for instance, this situation in which I would say many of the professional fields of what we call modern design were born into a particular model of industrial capitalism, had a lot to do with mass production, mass consumption of goods. Those practices, those professional practices have evolved alongside the history of capitalism, have been intimately connected to it. But we also get to the moment today where capitalism itself is facing multiple internal crises. And I'm not just talking, so not here talking about other crises that might be happening outside, things related to climate or social inequities or other kinds of conflicts, but inside capitalism, two of the major crises have to do with diminishing productivity, something that's very important for a system that's predicated on infinite growth, but also a crisis of legitimacy. And so on the productivity side, we have, of course, all kinds of new technologies which are really reshaping and kind of upending some of the basic logics that this system depends upon. So, what is property is having to be redefined in order to protect certain aspects of the system. The production costs of things that have zero marginal costs for production. And also the value propositions of what they can offer. And I just want to be clear that this is, in part has to do with what these technologies make possible, but they're also connected to new social practices as well, of how people share and distribute information. And those things also have some impact on material production and material things as well. So I think this is part of the historical transition. The legitimacy piece is probably what actually drew me to the subject in the first place. And we were talking at dinner last night about how this sort of started. As somebody who grew up in the United States, I have to say that I didn't spend a whole lot of time questioning capitalism, even when I heard lots of criticisms around it. But it happened in the year 2016 that was the first time I noticed a poll of young people in the United States. 2016 was a very wild political time in the United States. And something like 51% of young Americans were claiming that they had completely lost confidence in this system. And this poll has been repeated multiple times in the US and UK, and we only see those numbers going up. And what this means to me is that we have actually generation or generations who are actively seeking a redefined political economy, actively seeking alternatives, and yet have no coherent vision for it. So in those same polls, socialism does very badly. So it's not like an A, B binary kind of selection, but it's clear to me that basically saying like this is no longer the way that we want to see things operate. So it's at these moments when we see cracks in the regime, and I'm using this particular language referencing, if some of you might use the multi-layer perspective as an analysis tool, but this is when niche innovations start to have opportunities to make broader scale changes. So, one observation is that capitalism is no longer only an economy of things. And this may be kind of an obvious statement, but what does it actually mean when, the things don't go away, but the highest sort of centers of value creation and value capture have to do that basically can set the rules and set the pricing for the flow of information or the vectors of information have sort of the highest value capture in an economy largely fueled by information, data, and knowledge. Again, maybe not too surprising, but indicating that this is a transformation that design has also followed along with, which is that it is no longer primarily or only a discipline that is concerned about one hand obvious, right? But at the same time, I would say that the question of the value theory of brands or the value theory of experiences is still highly underexplored, like what that would actually mean. And so, yes, SpongeBob is here as a stand-in for, there's a version of the book that's written entirely in memes, so if 350-page design theory book is too much, I want to make sure that students of mine can also enjoy the meme version of the book and maybe carry some of the big ideas. So I think the reason that this becomes a point of concern now, too, is that we've seen, over the last several decades in particular, this kind of massive diffusion of design practices into spaces that, certainly in my lifetime, would have been surprising to find designers having not only some active role, but even some maybe authoritative role inside practices related to social innovation, healthcare, design and governance, financial services, and this kind of thing. And so it is in this particular diffusion of design practices that I wonder if our sort of our paradigm, our logics of thinking about what design is and what kinds of values it can create have kept up with the kinds of practices that we're engaged in. I find that, just with this small list of sort of spaces in which design has diffused itself, that imperfect competition seems like it's sort of like a laughable ceiling of what the contribution is. So putting these ideas together, I mean, if I take a kind of generic view of design as being something about the materializing of everyday life, and this term after capitalism referring to some kind of historical transition that seems to be underway or maybe struggling to emerge towards a different kind of economy and new kinds of social relations that go with it, I find this kind of interesting negotiation or sort of reciprocity happening between the emergence of a new kind of paradigm of design paired with the new kinds of practices. Not to say that one is leading the other, but that they are both sort of fueling each other, that different kinds of practices are pointing towards different kinds of paradigms, and different kinds of paradigmatic ideas are pointing towards new kinds of practices. And of course, it's already happening, but kinda. And this is where I very much like the famous quote by the sci-fi author William Gibson, who says, "The future is already here, but just unevenly distributed." I think that is the situation that design finds itself in today. So if Heskett's work says, okay, there's not a lot to find in existing mainstream economic theory for design, we have to make our own model, looking somewhere else, I think, actually gives some different ideas. And so now I reference the work of J.K. Gibson Graham, kind of feminist economic geographers writing together the sort of feminist critique of the capitalist system. And they have this really wonderful schematic they call the tip of the iceberg. And so we talk about the economy a lot, and we can talk about what design's relationship is to the economy. And when we do that, we're typically speaking in a very narrow and focused view of what that might mean. And so the tip of the iceberg, as it were, according to J.K. Gibson Graham, is something like this: people working for wages, offering their labor to a firm to make products and services that will be sold, taking your wages to buy commodities. What J.K. Gibson Graham point our attention to, though, is that this is literally the tip of an iceberg in which so many other kinds of diverse economic practices are happening literally everywhere that you look, and that, in fact, even the tip of the iceberg is fully dependent on all of these alternative kinds of practices that are happening, even if it's below the waterline, as it were. So this sort of myth or this capitalist-centric view that the economy is a singular kind of thing is itself well, a myth, I suppose you could say. And so if nothing else, one of the things I've been trying to do is to bring attention to designers, design practices of various kinds, to ways in which design does not need to reinvent value creation in some way, but actually find and support the variety of diverse economic practices that are already happening below the waterline. I'm also leaning here a bit on the work of Donella Meadows. So you may know Donella Meadows' work as a kind of well-known systems theorist. And what Meadows has done over the years is create and refine what she considers a short list of leverage points. So in studying systems of various kinds, where are the moments where you might have the most impact? Where are the leverage points where you could intervene in a system to find the most dramatic shifts? I won't go through all 12 of them, but in increasing order of impact, the top two have to do very much with this notion of the paradigm. The mindset about how this system is structured, the mindset that people hold when they are operating inside this system, the kinds of goals, the rules, the parameters that arise within it, is the second highest level of, or the second highest point of potential impact. But the first is the power to actually transcend that paradigm, so that as the mindset transitions, practices transition, new feedback loops transition, the paradigm itself begins to shift. This is, I guess, in my own little humble way, what I am trying to do in some space of design, design research and design practice. And I think as an applied field, what that means is it has to carry across theory, practice, and education simultaneously. That one without the other two is going to not actually make any kind of paradigmatic transition, but that actually all three have to be hit upon. And this is, sort of no small order, but how I'm trying to go about this. So on the practice level, it's been fascinating and challenging to try to bring some of this alternative economic theory idea to diverse design practices. Of course, the challenge is that different kinds of design practices operate with different methods, different tools, different approaches, their own mindsets. But I've had some opportunities to bring some of the theoretical ideas in the form of tools and methods to, for example, UX designers working at Google. And so I'm pretty critical of Google in the book, I should say, and many of their economic practices and data extraction, those kinds of things. But also just to remember that Google is a transnational corporation that has something like 1,000 UX designers working at it. Those UX designers are also interested in the future and how design might participate in doing things differently. As much as I may be critical of Google as an organization, we can also look at staged walkouts by Google employees and these kinds of things. But in any event, you know, in these opportunities, it's trying to think about how to divert some aspect or some attention from the designing process towards alternative economic structures. So in this case, it was working with UX designers to to imagine how, may I, hold on. Okay, can I minimize this? Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Cool. Okay, gracias. Okay. So thinking about tools or methods that might help sort of divert attention from a search being something that would be deemed as having potentially commercial intent to be something that might actually elevate results that would focus on different kinds of transactions, different kinds of labor, or different kinds of enterprises happening within some kind of like local or community economy. Similarly, you know, working in like a very different domain, of course, we have an increasing number of service designers working in and around governments and governance of different scales. I was invited by a professional working group of service designers that work in government, invited by one of the people who runs this group who works for NASA. Similar kinds of issues. I mean, design practices that are coming out of a certain kind of paradigm that imagines users as individually focused autonomous agents, imagines users sometimes as customers. What does that mean when you're actually thinking about social benefits or democratic participation or some of these other kinds of issues, placemaking within cities? And so similarly trying to bring tools and methods to service designers who are working either directly for or indirectly with federal agencies in the US government. Very much in progress, so I'm trying to figure out if these tools can be in some way validated and made more useful across these diverse contexts. Of course, education, a big part of what I do, but I'm also myself a PhD researcher, PhD student right now, so I had this wonderful experience just a couple of months ago. I was doing similar kind of book talk in Italy and met with a dozen or so PhD researchers from IUAV in Venice. And I was just, I mean, sort of heartened, but it was amazing to see how much the topics of research of these PhD researchers resonated with basically everything I've been talking about, and in particular, some of the major themes of the book. And so it was a really fascinating discussion, whether we're talking about versions of the circular economy that are acknowledging that material circularity itself is sort of like a technological change that doesn't, if it doesn't come with a social change, is really not making sort of anything progressive happen. Acknowledging that, you know, of all places, Italy is a place that in which I think social innovation is sort of at some kind of mature stage of practice. And so what does that mean? Like, what is the next stage or sort of the mature stage of social innovation? What does that look like? But even, I think, more generally, this notion that I was able to observe sort of 12 for 12 of the dissertation proposals, a kind of mindset and posture shift of the paradigm of design and what kinds of new practices that that research might inform. I find myself also in a new kind of formal education situation in my role as a professor of urban technology. This is a new and I believe first of its kind undergraduate program in the United States at the University of Michigan. And I think the general argument here has to do with the fact that cities are, in fact, not only planned top-down, like Eye of God model that Norman Bel Geddes and most urban planners have seen, but have to do with the ways that you know, activist groups, community organizations, entrepreneurs of various kinds are leveraging design and technology to affect, impact, and shape the nature of cities. And we don't have a lot of formalized ways to teach that or to make a formal education that might lead to various kinds of practitioners in this space. To think about making civic technologies in order to make cities more sustainable, more equitable, more accessible. And I think the point here is that I am certain that the individual focused and sort of the design and technology methods that I might teach are not going to be good enough. And I don't have a whole toolkit of what the next paradigm of methods are that are appropriate for these practices, but we can start by acknowledging that these are the ones that I can share with you. These are not going to be good enough. Let's criticize them as we go, and hopefully you all are going to develop into the practitioners that will continue to make new methods and new tools in order to do this work better towards its goals. And so coming back to one of the big questions that set me off on this path and that I asked at the beginning of this presentation, what kinds of designing can shift the kind of paradigm that I'm describing or lead to a paradigmatic shift. I'm also grateful for Johan Redström's work on this. Maybe some of you know his Making Design Theory. One thing that I take away with and hold on to from Redström's work has to do with this notion that all of design operates in some tension between the very, very general and the very, very specific. So on the one end, we have a paradigm, like what designing is, some general notion of how it operates, what it's for, that kind of thing. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have some very particular things, like a particular outcome of a designing process, a particular product. And we have different scaled things happening in the middle, like practices, but practices tend to operate under a paradigm, a general understanding of what designing is and what it's for. Projects may yield multiple products, but they're also typically attached to a practice, which is sitting underneath a paradigm. Okay, so what? Interesting, but what do we do with that? Well, what I think is useful for me is that Redström pinpoints this middle space called the program, or that he deems the program, as a space that has the opportunity to make both upstream and downstream effects. So a program certainly can elicit and yield projects and products that will be defined by however the program is defined. But what Redström says is that we may actually redefine what design in general is through the making of new and different designs. And so not only do the products or sort of the projects become framed by the program, defined not only by words and ideas, but by actual experiments and prototypes, but that it actually has an upstream effect or can have an upstream effect. He goes on to say that we can use programs to state worldviews that we want to explore as if they were true, so as to learn something about what kind of design they would lead to. And I find this to be very exciting, very provocative. It's not the work, I think, that UX designers at Google can do in their day jobs. It's not necessarily the work that service designers in the federal government can do day to day. It is work that design researchers, design practitioners who are attached with research labs or working in community engaged kind of work can do. And I think it is, for me, sort of like a massive invitation to consider how the programmatic level might shift the paradigm. I'm trying it out. This is part of my own PhD dissertation work in the throes of something maybe similar to what Luis was describing earlier about a practice-based and participatory action research. And what I'm trying to accomplish here is to both initiate a kind of practice and study a kind of practice that has to do with distributing knowledge about DIY practices for building what I'm calling ecological technologies. And so it's taking multiple forms, but the primary form has to do with these half-day public workshops. It's been fascinating how much intergenerational participation happens. Of course, just because of me initiating, we have a lot of university design students, but we've had so many retired people show up, and actually these kinds of intergenerational connections that are happening are just kind of magical. And the way that it fits into the particular thread of design in which I'm pursuing this PhD is that it connects into this very oversimplified view of what transition design is all about. So Carnegie Mellon University's PhD is in transition design, and what transition design proposes is to imagine and to develop I would say not methods, but working approaches towards socio-technical systems level change. And this grossly oversimplified diagram is trying to say that in one way to go about that is the crafting, not of forecasting, but the crafting of future visions, and basically backcasting and creating transition pathways that acknowledge that this is not the scale of a project, but this is the scale of an ecology of interventions. Many, many, many different kinds of practices, many, many different kinds of interventions. Requires radical transdisciplinarity because the kinds of professional design practices that I might be familiar with might only be relevant to a very small few of those interventions. Some of them may be more policy oriented, some of them may be more entrepreneurial, and so on. But this basic formula is what I'm trying to capture with the Solar Punk Design Academy. I find it super fascinating as somebody having grown up in a similar time frame as the solar punk thing has emerged, that in the midst of so many crises, that this, what started as a kind of sci-fi genre, has become its own aesthetic movement that is saying, like, enough dystopia, right? Like, we need positive visions of the world to come. And I think the question that I'm trying to ask is, can we sort of tap into that cultural imaginary? Can we tap into that youthful optimism in some ways and attach it to a kind of design? What kind of design would solar punk design be? What would it look like and what would it do? And so one answer I think to this question is by giving this kind of cultural frame, the way that design makes things understood, knowable, but also desirable and like cool and exciting, interesting alternatives to other possibilities, to bring existing knowledge about things like getting a community together to build a small-scale wind turbine or building biochar in your backyard, so that in some ways design becomes kind of the glue to pull all of these different maybe seemingly fringe activities off of the fringe and into some kind of everyday activities and practices. And so the design questions have a lot with like how to, but also how to motivate in some ways. So it takes a lot of different forms. We've done some kind of like focused empirical studies on DIY instructions and how and when are they usable, but also how and when does usability become something that is a motivator to actually do something like this. It also takes the form of these various public workshops that I've talked about. If we're making a small-scale stove in order to make biochar, it also makes heat, so it's a nice opportunity for people to get together, cook a meal, create biochar, understand that you have just actively participated in a carbon sequestration process. It's like alchemy. You've just captured carbon in that process. And then we can also talk about this new kind of materiality. What can we do with biochar as designers or as retired people or people with small-scale farms going on in their yards? Talking about hydroponic systems, again, existing knowledge about simple techniques for building these kinds of things. But what happens when we start to, implement this in kind of a community way? One of the terms I've been holding on to is this one, infrastructures as resistance. I pulled these words out of one of the many solar punk manifestos. It was talking about infrastructural crises in places like Detroit and Flint, Michigan, close to home. And I thought, yes, that is what, that is one of the sort of operating models of this kind of design that I think is fascinating. It's not about these artifacts. It is about the fact that you're creating an infrastructure for a new kind of productive system, whether that's for making biochar, growing food in your cold Midwestern apartment through the hydroponic system. But I think maybe the most important infrastructure that we're building is this community of practice for sharing the knowledge, improving upon the instructions, showing what happens after we've harvested our herbs or whatever it is, and beginning to circulate those in new ways. Now, of course, the side research folds into formal education. For some reason, the University of Michigan let me teach a seminar in the Masters of Architecture program. I'm not an architect at all, so it's a really fascinating opportunity to think about bringing some of these tools, some of these methods developed out of alternative economic theory, tested out in some practitioner workshops into the fold of an educational experience. And having students in architecture think, I'd say, pretty broadly about what a design practice might look like that isn't just about producing things, but about producing systems and producing instructions, public-facing events, facilitating the making of these kinds of things. So students who are working on making various forms of guerrilla gardening. So I think that the term here is seed bombs, although we're thinking of like maybe like a less aggressive term than seed bombs, but the idea of a kind of a map of the city that allows people to, in a distributive kind of way, plant the pollinator gardens, the rain gardens that help with mitigation of flooding on highly paved surfaces and this kind of thing. An interest in biomaterials, but trying to get biomaterials out of the lab and just into the hands of practice. So we spent an afternoon making corncrete, which is some combination of cornstarch and sand, and finding out some ways that very immediately we could start to make small scale but functional artifacts out of these biomaterials. And I think there's something so important about that tangibility, so that we have now architecture students who are thinking about biomaterials but can't quite go build the building, but actually now have a direct material reference point from handling these materials. Another student who was like fascinated by the work of Enzo Mari, much like myself, who was working in the 1970s in Italy and imagining DIY practices that the designer can make the instructions for the entire suite of furniture that one might make themselves, and perhaps the greatest gift there is that you become, the maker of your own household goods, your own furniture. And Sophie's taking a kind of feminist approach that she calls femzomari, so looking at domestic practices in terms of like home salons, home beauty care practices that sometimes happen in garages in the American Midwest, and imagining that the women operating these practices might also like build their own spaces and build their own furniture. And we came to find out that several of her classmates had never operated a power drill. And so we took the opportunity of what was a seminar class to say, okay, let's build your instructions for this home vanity right here on the conference room table, as it were. So trying to bring things back around towards a conclusion and in some way try to connect to what I understood might be some of the big topics at this conference, I was thinking a little bit about my experiences studying with this guy, Peter Bishop. He was now retired, but for a long time a professor in the Strategic Foresight program at the University of Houston. And what I studied with him was just really kind of in awe in his way of articulating the value of futures thinking and this kind of thing. But what Peter said is that from a very early age, we are taught to break apart problems, to fragment the world. This apparently makes complex tasks and subjects more manageable, but we pay a hidden, enormous price. We can no longer see the consequences of our actions. We lose our intrinsic sense of connection to a larger whole. And of course, the separating, the distinction, the cutting is required for, I think, deep analysis of what's happening. But if we don't do the reassembly, to see these bigger wholes, I think we start to lose this kind of connection, this sense. And in some way, I think this is part of what the capitalist paradigm has done when it has instrumentalized design to a sort of narrow focus of metrics that start to dissociate from the whole. So as I looked at sort of the topics of conversation here, I was thinking about these many key words: complexity, climate, culture and diversity, technology, and futures. And I would like to just maybe throw in there thinking about one lens for thinking about the larger whole, which is in some way political economy, which is maybe a big, expensive academic word, but has to do with the way that we can, and I think maybe should, as designers, consider how it is that we are intervening in different kinds of power relations. How do we use our authority or our power relations inside that space? How do we have authority or not in the allocation of resources, and how do we articulate the making of value or perhaps new kinds of value in the work that we do? And after speaking this long about design in the future, it's also good just to remember this, that the future actually doesn't exist. And maybe this is like the biggest invitation of all, which is it is being made right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Matthew. Thanks for sharing your vision with all of us, with your book, and of course with your presentation. We have a couple of questions from who are following us online. The first is, how can we contribute as citizens to designs reconsidering its priorities inside or outside correction? Any idea?
Sorry, what was the last couple words?
Well, here you have. You can read. Okay. Is this one?
Inside or outside correction? Oh, I see. So, yeah, it's a great question. I mean, the question says as citizens, so I think that would probably depend a lot on what a citizenship might look like in different places, and I can't really speak for ones other than the one that I might know. But I do think that citizens have opportunities to, in various ways, demand maybe a strong word, but to demand a request that design as related to whether it's within governance or within corporate or civic enterprises, that it actually meets the needs of people where they are. I mean, I think in terms of kind of the program I'm teaching now, civic technology, it's certainly not good enough for every city to just sort of purchase off-the-shelf software for how it operates itself and sort of leave it at that. This kind of centralization of how things are imagined and produced to affect change within a city is not going to work at the level of citizenship in different places. I would like to think that Detroit is quite different from Malaga, and how we would imagine the construction or reconstruction of the city would take really, really different forms. So how does someone as a citizen make some demands on that? I mean, based on the framing of the question, I would think it has something to do with political action of a particular kind, which the Venn diagram of design and political action may be a kind of a narrow overlap, but in places where design is being implemented in a way that is not meeting the needs, I think this needs to be spoken quite clearly. I would it's easier for me to see from the other side, which is the designer, right? Which is not the citizen side, but the designer, maybe designer as citizen, which would be to ensure that those kinds of local perspectives, those kinds of local voices are heard. I think in particular, in the space where I'm operating, I mean, digital technologies are based on the acquisition and the modeling of data, and these systems have a strong tendency to strip away the local. I mean, they have a very strong tendency to separate where did this data come from, how was it collected, and then how do we make decisions based upon it. It doesn't have to be so, but it depends on the practices and sort of the social structures around the collection and the decision making of data so that digital systems don't become obliterating of local context.
Thank you so much. Any question? Okay, we have a couple of questions. Starting here with you.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. I do have the book here. We can talk afterwards. I've been having a lot of fun reading it and using it in my research also.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the FANG that you presented there, the big companies and also government. And my question is, I might know the answer because I've been reading a lot of your book, but do you believe that designers, individual contributors, in governments or working within governments or within governmental groups and within these big companies or in tech can contribute to minimize some of the impacts that they have, that those businesses and those activities have on the social impact that they might have on the colonizing those types of futures that they might be inspiring us to do, and even in some governments that might have some political agendas throughout that. I might imagine what you're going to say, so I ask what are some of the obstacles for those designers to overcome?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, great question. And so, I mean, I think it starts by acknowledging that in design discourse, which we're in a space of I'd say high-level design discourse here, and we talk a lot about sort of the agency and sort of the position of privilege and power that a lot of designers have, and I think there's a lot of truth to that. On the other hand, design practices have typically, traditionally, professionally been predicated on a kind of service model, that you are there at the behest of whoever is, hiring these services. And so we find ourselves in this very curious middle situation, making decisions that have to do with the allocation of lots of resources, labor resources, material resources, and we can make some wiggle room there, but not always completely change the direction or change the course. And so I think the answer is yes. It has to be yes, because there is some, these are some choke points of decision making that can be operated upon, but it is unlikely that individual designers or design teams are going to radically change the course instantly of a large organization like Google or like the United States federal government. On the other hand, I do think this is where a combination of sort of, we might say, like mature practices inside of an organization might find opportunities to coordinate with or choreograph with outside things that are happening, whether that's in education or new design tools or new design methods or new design thinking, other kinds of practices, activist groups or other kinds of things that are happening outside of that organization to coordinate this kind of reframing of like what the larger goals are. And so if we acknowledge that the probably 1,000 UX designers at Google also share some of the concerns about the state of the world right now, how might we build those bridges to orchestrate together? And I don't have like clean answers for that. I've been trying to do my little, part here. But thinking about ways in which we might actually, I think it's trying to break down some kind of idea like there's like this only this inside and outside, right? But rather that there is an opportunity for a coordination of efforts that might leverage some of the authority and power inside large organizations, but actually leverage the power that people outside of those organizations can have to skew them in certain ways. It was because I have never worked directly or indirectly for the United States federal government, it was fascinating for me to understand some of the challenges that those designers are facing, which are not really all that different from the designers inside large corporations. The United States government imagines itself also in largely a capitalist paradigm, and so even the idea of providing benefits for citizens looks like customer transactions, right? And so this is what we were trying to kind of poke at in some of the workshops that we were doing, which is, can we reimagine this just a little bit? And maybe as we're doing that, it's not about radically upending the big goals of the organization, but pointing to other resources that they might tap into, rather than thinking about, here's some money, go spend it at the grocery store during an inflationary situation. Can we tap into other kinds of local forms of need satisfaction, and how might service designers who are in a particular position to point out those opportunities stitch that into some of the work that's happening? Not an easy answer, but it's sort of like a yes and but I think kind of answer. But yes.
Thanks, Matthew. These are very healthy provocations. At the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that it has now become obvious that design is no longer about making things or giving form to things, right? But then you're also implying that we need to enter a new design paradigm where we can have the opportunity of new practices to be made. And we're not only talking about design practices, but also policy-making practices, teaching practices, scientific practices. And in this paradigm, I think, especially in the light of Johan Redström's work, this portrays practices as things in the making. So I do believe that indeed designing is about making this thing. So how do you address this tension in your work? Or how would you reframe an understanding of things or design things that is beneficial or approachable from this perspective, or productive? Really that was the word that I was looking for.
You didn't use the term, I don't think, but you were talking about actor network theory earlier, and so I'm not using the Bruno Latour capital T things or matters of concern, but that would probably be a better way to.
Yeah, no, me neither, but yeah.
That would probably be a way to think about it. I mean, so the statement, again, oversimplifies a bit. Of course, there are still things, and then there's things that are material artifacts, and then there are capital T things that are matters of concern or situations or experiential kinds of concerns. I think I would fully agree that I think the practices are a thing to be made every bit as much as the theory part of it is a thing to be made, every bit as much of it as the outcomes are the things to be made. I think the question, it comes from the point of view that I think designers have had the opportunity to jump into these, non-material productive roles, and I think it has been evolving for some decades now, but I still wonder about the kinds of value creation logics that underpin what those kinds of activities are. We can ask.
Right. I guess just to add to the discussion, maybe, it's not about the materiality of the thing, but rather the focus should be on the process of materialization, because it has consequences for reality and
Yes.
how we perceive new realities and what's the resolution
Yes.
of this reality
Yes.
that we are.
Yes, and the materiality may be in the productive capacity of the design, or that may be the experiential materiality of it, right? I mean, so it's, I mean, the question is like, you know, what is the, you know, I mean, to go back to some of the value questions, like what is the value theory for the making of brands and services? And it's like, well, we do it every day. And yet I think that when you take that sort of logic from doing that work for commercial technology companies, but then you take it to the federal government, it feels like, I think that's a pretty big gap to jump to think that the same kinds of practices can do both.
Well, we have more questions. We are offering a prize for the best question. The competition is open.
Thank you. Matthew, I have a question that puzzles me all the times I try to debate these issues with my students. And the question is, okay, we are in an attempt to do the transition to a new paradigm. And sometimes I question myself, but since we are already in an emergency or crisis mode, we might not have enough time to do the smooth transition, and we should pass into something else, not the transition. And so I also know that this is a critique that is being made to the transition design proposal. Should we look for emergency or crisis ways of dealing with the subject instead of trying to invest our efforts in doing the transition?
Oh, easy question. I think that one, that one wins the prize. No, well, I think that I think that like a sense of urgency is productive for transitions, but a sense of constant emergency leads to paralysis. And I think we've seen a little bit of both in the sort of larger cultural space. As situations emerge that are hot, active crises, well, people are going to respond, you know. And I think sort of thinking about you know, having passed the window of sustainability, we were talking about this yesterday, into the phase of regenerative thinking, I think is an important transition to consider. Like we're sort of past the phase of sustaining something and into something that needs to think of itself as regenerative. But at the same time, I think, you know, if we talk about like saving the planet or something, yeah, we're not going to do that. The planet doesn't need our saving. I mean, I think we're trying to save ourselves in some ways. And in this little sliver of the human experience around the kinds of you know, practices that we call design, I think it has to do with that sort of yeah, much larger mindset shift. Like, what is this about and what is this for? And so I'm not giving you a really straightforward answer, but I actually think that imagining that everything is currently an emergency is not necessarily going to lead to like a better outcome on the other side of the transition, because there are other things that might happen that just might force the transition into something that could be ostensibly, you know, I don't know, better or worse than how we imagine it to be right now. So yeah, being selective about our use of the sense of urgency maybe is the takeaway from that. I saw a great presentation recently from a guy who recently wrote a book called The Slow Lane, and it was talking about social entrepreneurship and social innovation practices that he's witnessed and participated in around the world. And in all cases, it was, you know, the long game was best. You know, these practices that started out of a sense of urgency, we have to stop this now, faded a lot quicker than the long-term commitment to make that kind of transition. And so I'd say one thing that's super challenging but intriguing to me about some of the arguments being put forward by transition design is, yeah, get comfortable with working on design programs or projects that you will not see the end of in your lifetime.
Well, thank you, Matthew. Let's go with the final question before lunch.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the presentation and for these wonderful questions also for all the researchers that you have. I think I'm going to ask you a very naive question, and I'm really sorry for that. So the thing is, like, I'm seeing these things a lot, like whatever is happening in the world in terms of design and the future. And sometimes I work with inclusion, and and I don't know, like, why I get this feeling sometimes, but humans are basically like the path dependent animals, right? So we analyze things, we have some memories, some experiences, and we don't do the same things again and again, because on the basis of something we do it. So my question is related to what would be the focus? Like, we are thinking about the future, but we're in the present, but what about the past? Nobody is talking about the past, because, for example, I'm going to take a decision now for the future. Think about it, like, very vaguely. I want to take a decision, but I have to go through my past experiences. But the focus is not there. Like, we are only talking about the future visions and all those things, but what about the past?
Yeah.
This is my personal experience, so I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
And you might feel it's a very naive question, but
It's a really a great question, and a different version of this presentation probably would have addressed that more specifically. So, you know, one of the pathways that got me into this, whatever this is, had to do with, you know, studying strategic foresight and bringing strategic foresight practices into design. And what was fascinating to discover is, you've probably seen like the cone of possible futures, probably the most commonly referred schematic in strategic foresight. Well, the original version of the cone actually had a cone going backwards, which was trying to really make sure that the sort of the deep cultural understanding of how things got to be were understood, so that these kinds of pathways towards the future could be crafted. Or put differently, that, you know, sort of the trajectory that the path-dependent trajectory that we imagine that we are on is informed by some explicit acknowledgement of things that have already happened, and maybe reframing our understanding of what those things were, or how those things impacted us. You know, how a certain set of circumstances has changed the neighborhood around me to be understood more clearly, so that I can imagine the path forward. And so in various versions of other participatory research projects, we will use that method pretty explicitly. Here's the cone, it goes both ways. Step one is to study the past. It's also a major feature of transition design, which is to look at like a civilizational historical view to understand how mindsets have shifted. So if we look at, in the United States, having a severe housing crisis, and we just even use those terms, like a shortage of affordable housing, right? Well, we look really long at the history of what it meant to be housed, you know, in the United States, and probably some parallels, but maybe not exactly in this part of the world. We can notice that a lot of transitions in sort of the mindset of what that means have occurred, including most recently that real estate is an investment. And if real estate is an investment, then even sort of the question of affordable housing doesn't quite make sense, right? And so these kinds of, this is where the mindset shift does not do all of the work, but the mindset shift helps us understand what we are doing differently. And that, I think and I hope, can have a reciprocal effect with the new kinds of practices or new kinds of methods that we might also bring to that. So I 100% agree with you that the historical understanding is is a key ingredient. Otherwise, I mean, there's no shortage of possible futures, but how are those situationally grounded? How are those context dependent? How are those place based? I think is an important question. Yeah,
thank you.
Muy bien, ninguna pregunta más, ¿no? Muy bien. Thanks, Matthew. Thanks for your research and investigation. Muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Bueno, antes del receso de la parada que vamos a hacer para comer.
Lunch break. We have Carlos Romero, the speaker that is going to intervene just after the lunch. We have going to have 3 workshops, 2 workshops and a seminar to improve communication between the government and the citizens. And the other workshop, they are going to be carried out in the 2nd floor, in the rooms that are right in the 2nd floor, and another seminar by Transferencias Design on the 4th floor about the graphical heritage of Gregorio Prieto. So we can stay here in the main room, or we can choose to go to the other workshops. We are going to have break time until lunch break until 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock there will be a conference by Carlos Romeros until 3:45, and then we'll leave for the different workshops. Okay, thank you very much.